Oh, wow, distracted. I forgot I started the fucking stream. I forgot. I did. I can't even. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta put the cards away. Hair's wet. Thank you. Crunchy Bee. No, Crunchwrap Supreme. Merci, merci. How's it going, eh? Happy Tuesday. The 19th. First card up is a 19. Hey, Angel Fishy. Thanks for coming in. I just shared that video. Whoop, whoop. First card up, number 19, joie. Joy. J-O-Y in English, J-O-I-E in French. Joy, joie. Oie. Une oie is also goose. Duck, duck, goose. Duck, duck, goose. You're it, Tag, you're it. How's it going, Fishy? One more collective card to send? Cool. I'll put them up on the screen, if that's okay with you. Angelfish, the Hermit, the star card with the sublime, aka to know thyself is the real key to healing. The key to real healing. Sorry, I didn't mean to butcher and read it the wrong way. So Angelfishy, exactly. The Hermit, the star card with sublime, aka to know thyself is the key to real healing. Exactly. Exactly. Know thyself, to thine own self be true. Yeah. Yeah. Cards 9 and 17 that it was. awesome numbers. Thank you, Angel Fishy. Give me a second. I'm just going to pull one of the goddesses, or one of them's going to fall out for us. And then I'm going to bring up your cards on the screen. Thank you. Feels like we're doing it together. Thank you, Angel Fishy. I got 2 cards. Give me a second. I'll do mine after. Angel Fishy. March Hare. Oh my gosh. Number 9, March Hare. That chair. That chair. Oh my God, Angel Fishy. I can't make this shit up. Let's go on a little trip on my little magic rocket ship. This is my smoke chair. I would put it outside, but I don't. It's already like destroyed. Like it's so old. Like the springs go up my butt. There's a pillow on it. But that's my when I say I'm hiding in between my 2 doors, right? When I'm in the middle, either when it's raining or when it's just like weird outside, or when there's just like fucking chaos and it's like, fuck you guys, I ain't going out there. That's my chair. Nice sink, baby. Nice sink. So yeah, the hair in the chair. My hair is up. This is my 2nd time wetting it already today, and I think it's not even 2 o'clock Eastern time yet. I think it's funny saying we're in a heat wave and it's only 80 degrees, considering people live in like climates that's 100 degrees and that's normal, right? But it's like fucking hot. When I sent the picture, I took a screenshot for Annie of like the weather. I don't necessarily even look at the Weather Network per se, but I just, for the numbers of it, right? The sinks. And when she saw that we were over 60% humidity, she's like, oh my God, Jen. Right? She lives in like the desert. Around 10% humidity is about the highest it gets. I was like, oh my gosh, this is nothing. I checked Toronto is like at 76, the humidex. And that's just what they say. Right? Hi, John Binney. I love those cards, Angel Fishy. They're beautiful, eh? I love the cards. They're making me feel lazy because I'm not able to flow and draw right now. I have things that I want to pump out, but I'm just like, ugh. I'm so fucking hot and sweaty to be really honest. I'm so fucking hot and sweaty that I feel like when I touch my paper or my Sharpie that I'm leaking more sweat than actual lines. And I think it was yesterday or the day before in a stream we were talking about scent, and I said I don't really smell that often. I think I smell right now. I'm not sure though. I don't know, right? Oh my God. The star. Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin, but a grin without a cat. It's the most curious thing I ever saw in all my life. Hope, faith, and rejuvenation. And I'm just gonna go along with the sink of the chair, right? And I'm just gonna stand, and my hand is gonna grab, like, boom, from under a rock, my Alice stuff that's right in front of me. This is a paint by numbers thing that was from my childhood. At this point, I don't even have the memory recall if it was me that did the paint by numbers or my mom, because that's just how fucking old this is. No joke. I don't even know. There's no marking in the back, you know what I mean? And there's a part of me that can see myself with my mom, and I can't visualize if she colored this or painted by numbers or if I did. Like, weird, eh? And this is my copy of Alice in Wonderland. I ain't read it since a child, pretty much. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I just found a picture of me. Holy shit. This is me. This is me, guys. Look at me. This is like little me. Come when I had my restaurant. It's not when I was a kid. This would have been when I was 35. Boom. This would have been when I was 35. Ooh. Do I look different? Maybe yes. The glasses, eh?
Yes, you do.
I actually have that dress. It's
Yeah,
in the
you
other
do.
room. I still have it.
Yeah.
I had bought that dress to wear to an event type thing. And then at the last minute, just before I went out, I was like, fuck this. I'm not wearing this dress. It's too fancy. And I still can remember, I wore jeans and a white top instead. And when I got to the event place, I was like, oh my God.
You look good.
Thank you. I was like, oh
In the
my God.
picture.
I'm so glad that I didn't wear this dress because really I would have been overdressed, and I danced like a fucking like monkey all night long. At the end of the night, I was laying down in the parking lot and the fucking band was standing over me going like, we remember you from inside. Are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm not just looking at the stars, right? And they're like, what's your name? And I said, Michelle. And so they started singing Michelle by the Beatles. It was fucking awesome. Anyways, whew, you're getting all my sinks up, Angel Fishy. Making me even hotter. I love it. Keep it up, Buttercup. Did I what? You know, I knew I had that picture, Lily, and a couple days ago, I actually wondered to myself, I really don't have a lot of pictures. I either threw them all out, or my family has them, or other people have pictures of me, but I don't. And I was wondering where it was. So just the fact that I went and grabbed it. This is how amazing I am. I wrote somebody's phone number from back in the day. Have no fucking clue what the name is. I fucking don't even know who that is. I swear. ABC's of me, baby. Taro in Wonderland, The Oracle of Alice. Roar. Thanks for shouting out the deck. Sorry I'm late in the chat, guys. If anybody else is here besides John and Angel Fishy, I'm on my way to read the chat. Roar, the bear energy. Boom. Holy shit, the bear energy. I was just, as I was texting you earlier, Angel Fishy, I was texting Nathan, Wolf Dude 1, and he wrote something, and I wrote something back and said something about, like, our time is now. It's our time. And then I wrote to him, like, a bear in French is ours. So ours, O-U-R-S, O-U-R, our, in English, is French for ours, for bear. Boom. Yeah, my bear sinks are already like, rawr. Like, again, it ain't even 2 o'clock Eastern time, or it's 14:04. Of course it is, right? 14:04. It's 1:44. 14:04. Right? 14:04 on the 19th. Oh, flip to the 5, and the 19 was the first card out. You can't make this up. How's everybody? James, I see you down there. I'm just catching up. Thanks for coming in, James. I'm having like a super epic, like James Jim Morrison J day. So it's like, whoop whoop. Thanks for coming in. Angel Fishy. No, now is the time to know self. Yes. He went mad in March, where he got the name. Throne, that's it. The portal seat. Oh, the portal seats. Hey, John Binney, sending mountains of love, love, love. How is everyone? I'm freaking awesome. I feel very floaty, but grounded, right? But floaty. It's awesome. I love feeling like this. This is like the ultimate roar for me. His tie looks like cheese pizza. Oh my gosh, now I want pizza. You said pizza so many times to me last night, Angel Fishy. I think we were going to have to grab a pizza or something sooner than later. And his tie does look like a pizza slice. Oh my gosh. Hey, Missy C. I loved your K-Pax video yesterday. I watched it I don't even know how many times. And it was like, yeah, this is it. This is how I see humans as well. Not that I want to take myself away and say I'm not, because I got the parts as well, right? I'm in the avatar package. But that it's inconceivable to me since a child, since birth, what humans consider normal, right? And when he says, like, what if somebody murders somebody or rapes somebody? What would you guys do? And just like, we don't do that, right? We don't do that kind of stuff. Like, what the fuck? You know, it's just only humans do that, No other multi-dimensional being ever would do that, or ever has, or ever will, right? We only do that in a human avatar free will package. That's it. Holy shitballs. Angel Fishy, I think about you often, John. I knew we'll meet up soon. It's just a hunch. Yeah, it's coming, the meetings. Holy crap, guys, it's coming. Mystic Pizza. Oh, wow. Yes, that's a super sync. I don't know if Tracy's in here yet, but we were talking about Mystic Pizza not long ago. I read the star card, didn't I? I think I did. Tell me if I have to go back, Angel Fishy. Bonsoir, chérie. Bonsoir, Alex. Comment ça va? Oh my gosh. You know that Jim Morrison video? I swear, I did that and I was laughing the whole time. And all I could think of is, oh my God, I can't wait till Alex sees this and he's going to be like, you know, after one time, after two times, after three, how you're going to be shaking your head at me going, what the fuck are you doing, Genevieve? All I could imagine was like your reaction. I just like was like, I can't help myself, right? That those eyes, that knowing smile, what's your occupation? And then that look, oh my God. I swear the video lasted for a minute, but I had already been watching it for like maybe 5 minutes over and over and over. And then I was like, I think I'm just going to share this today. Happy Toasty. Angel Fishy, you look great. I look amazing. Thank you. I feel very glowing and just freaking happy. As above, so below. Right? Alex, vous n'avez toujours pas 35 ans. Demandez à Lily. Oh non, j'ai 50 et demi. I'm 50 and a half. I'm a half a century. I don't want to go back to 35. I just was shocked to see the picture, right? I was thinking about it, and then there it is. I didn't look for it per se, and that's the thing. Sometimes when you just think about something, you don't actually look for it, then it just shows up right in front of you, right? You sent another sync? That was the bear? I'll go catch up after. Just to make sure I didn't miss anything, Angel Fishy. I just want to make sure that I don't miss anybody and that somebody disappears because I didn't, like, you know, focus attention on the actual chat for a minute. How's it going, Missy C? James Cantonese. That's my number, LOL. We was young kids then. Roar. Me has always loved Jim Morrison. I actually tribute Jim Morrison, the poet and the prophet that he was, for helping shape my reality in my life. By knowing of Jimmy, James Douglas Morrison when I was very young, and I wanted to know everything and read everything I could. It shaped me to never really read biographies again. When other people write a book about somebody and they can choose to write whatever they want, but then you read like books that so many people wrote about one person, and it's like, it was like boom of the awareness of like everybody's going to portray what they wanted him to be or what they expected him to be their way. There's pieces of truth, but ultimately it's just a bunch of people who knew somebody who think they have the right to write a book about somebody else. And it shaped me. I don't read, you know, biographies. I'll read autobiographies or autobiographies that has a collaborator, when the person of their free will says, like, I really don't know how to write by myself enough, let's co-collaborate. I've read that. But otherwise, I've stayed away from biographies my whole life because of that. The ick feeling of all these women and people having different perceptions and wanting to, you know, pigeonhole him of certain things all the time was just like, boom. Like, I was over it and I wasn't even 20. As well, James Douglas Morrison's Excess. When you really see somebody's life from the higher vantage of excess, the wantonness of the sexuality and the drugs, why would I take that path? Because it's really easy to take that. We've all been offered it, you know what I mean, on some level. Well, at least I have. I've been offered everything, and it's very easy to say no. I learned very young to say no, right? I was hanging out with people who were smoking up when I was young, and I didn't smoke yet, right? You know what I mean? I didn't need to have pot just because everybody else did. The day that I decided, guys, pass me to puff, we was at Metallica front row, and everybody was like, what? You never smoked, Michelle? And I was like, I do now, bitches. Let's go, right? Give it to me, baby. And you know what I mean? I knew I was going to like it. Why would I start at like, 12, 13, 14, 15 fucking years old, right? I had other things to do. And so just, yeah, the seeing somebody's life vicariously through many people's perception, and the realization that people aren't happy when they exchange their bodies like over and over and over. Like, I already understood about an energy at that age from seeing and knowing what other people chose to do. As well, when I was 19, like, I had always glorified that my dad was at Woodstock, right? Like, my dad was at one of the biggest rock whatever events of all time. My dad was at Woodstock. But when I was 19, we were actually by the water and on the dock, and it was just me and him. And we were looking for like the Pleiades in August, like the meteor showers, and you know what I mean. So me and my dad were hanging out on the dock, and we had this intense conversation where it was like, I was just 19 years old, and I was still in awe. And Dad, talk to me about Woodstock. You never really talk about it. You say you were there, you love the music, but you never talk about it. And he's like, why would I? It wasn't that great. It wasn't what people think it was. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, imagine what it's like to be in the rain and the mud and watching people fuck each other all the time. Imagine what it's like to see a woman who can't even stand up, but people are sucking on her boobs. Like, it wasn't beautiful. It wasn't amazing. It was actually really disgusting to be there. He didn't even stay the full time. Why? Because his integrity of who he was, free-for-all of fucking bodies slapping up against each other, and people so not lucid that their eyes are googly and they can't see straight and shit. You know what I mean? And it was like, whoa, like, no shit. You know what I mean? I've been to some after parties and some stuff, and people are doing the weird shit. It's like, I shut that fucking door and I've left, right? I never have been a part of certain things, ever, right? Yeah. Anyways, I've been babbling for a while. Angelfish, pizza reminds you of Corey? Pizza just reminds me of everything. Me loves pizza. Me loves breakfast pizza, dessert pizza. I can pizza all the fucking time. For real. Right? Pizza is a bread bed. You can even make it without bread now. Right? Make cauliflower crust and then tell everybody, you can't taste the cauliflower. And it's like, okay, I can, but okay. Yeah, that was a great movie, Mystic Pizza. Bonjour, Creatrix Inc. I do whatever I love. How's everything going? Angelfishy, I got a field full of dandelions. It reminds me of the fields of G's sunflowers. Yeah. It's fucked up, Angelfishy. I think we had 7 different breeds or whatever, varieties of sunflowers, and not one of them grew. Not one. At the time where I was trying to grow them, I was also feeding the chipmunks and the squirrels, so they had a field day. They enjoyed a lot, right? And then the other ones just never grew. There's not even one angelfish that grew like a little bit. Like, that's how much. Like, doesn't matter if I wanted them, doesn't matter if I planted them, doesn't matter if I wanted to put the energy that I did. This is, right? This is not, the land is not meant for that, and it's just not. I had thought, like, I'm just going to plant on, there's going to be fucking sunflowers everywhere, right? It's going to look like how it's supposed to look. This is, I'm here. I don't love it here, but this is where I'm stationed. I'm going to make it look how I want. And nothing grew. You should see our tomato plants. Our tomato plants are basically like Charlie Brown fucking Christmas tree tomato plants. We're hoping at this point that the 9 tomatoes that are growing are going to grow bigger and, have a result. Because it's just like, these are like the most, they're like a fucking Charlie Brown Christmas tree, right? They are like not so high. One of them is just like this is just so fucking like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Yeah. That the plants are not beautiful and they're kind of ugly. I'm just being honest. They're kind of ratty looking and they don't have a lot of girth, right? The stalks are only like big as my pinky. Hey, Joshua Grandmaster. Al Ciriello? It's Al's birthday today? Is that what you're saying, Angel Fishy? Happy birthday, Al. Right on. Yeah, I'm all caught up, Angel Fishy. No worries. Thank you. And Alex says, at first I wanted to comment what the... Right on. Good. Then my little plan, I love it when a plan comes together, Alex, because it's what I wanted. Just that feeling of, what is she doing? Miss CC's art, it's going great. I'm just about to go to our school library for work on some videos for my school. Right on. I'm so proud of you, Missy. Have a super day. Thank you, James. You have a great heart, my friend. Thank you. And I think only a big heart can recognize another big heart. You know what I mean? In the sense that, yeah, I can overwhelm and people think other things because their heart's not open, right? They see with their eyes and then they hear to this and that or whatever, and they can't, the heart space isn't open. Angel Fishy, we speak often, me and Jim. Thank you, G, for the hookup. You are so welcome. John Binney says, Jim said, I'm the Lizard King. I can do anything. I love that. It echoed through my childhood. Same. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. And to me, lizards are dragons. Right? To me, lizards are dragons. So that's even more like just powerful, right? Angel Fishy, I repeat, I've never done not one thing that I didn't want to do, aka choose to. Same. I don't regret even the stupid ass fucking shit that I did, because it made me who I am, right? It just did. And that's it, right? But I wasn't very... First of all, I wasn't allowed to do many things when I was young, right? I was really overprotected, and in a way that kind of shaped me of, I just wasn't, like, it wasn't a free-for-all of being able to just do whatever I wanted until a certain age, right? So very protected by my parents, which ultimately is good, right? My parents cared. And also, like, I worked, I did other things, so and when I did do things, I didn't want to fuck up, right? I didn't want to fuck shit up, because if my mama fucking found out I did shit, I was fucking screwed. One time in grade 8, oh my gosh, in grade 8, I was allowed to go to a pool party. I was hanging out at my friend's house all day, and then we were going to a specific pool party. Seriously. Grade 8, 13 years old. 14. It was grade 9, sorry. It was grade 9 high school. Yeah, it was grade 9. Yeah, it was grade 9 because I was kissing by then. Like, a lot. But anyways, again, I don't regret anything. So yeah, so me and my friend, we hung out all day, and then a couple dudes were like, hey, let's go to the park and just hang out, and then we'll walk together to go to the pool party. I was like, okay. So we went to the park, and oh my gosh, like, that one dude was super hot. I can still remember his name was Robin. And so me and Robin, we just decided, let's go make out in the bushes, right? We're not going to do it right here. Let's go make out in the bushes. So we did. And then all of a sudden, my dad came and grabbed my fucking head from out of the fucking bushes and was like, you're coming home. And I was like, what? Like, how did you find me? And what are you doing here? Right? And Robin is like, oh my God, right? I thank God she was saying no for her hand, my hand somewhere else, because that daddy would have killed me, right? Oh my gosh. And he brought my fucking ass home. The kids at the party had called my house and my friend's house to say, hey, where's Michelle and Colleen? So my parents got worried. Her parents got worried. My dad started driving around. I guess we left. I don't know. Like, how the fuck did he find us in the bushes? To this day, I just tribute my dad, or I'm scared of my dad's radar, right? He knew we were in the fucking bushes. I'm not even joking. So yeah, I wasn't allowed to go party for a long time after that because I didn't go from the destination I said I was going to straight to the other one. I detoured and had some fun on the way. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Shit, I guess I do kiss and tell. But if I was like 14 and I'm like 50, I'm not like, that's not, it's okay, right? The two cards that I did pick earlier, I'm not going to read all the French stuff on there, but Astara, fertility. It's a ripe time for new projects. It's the right time for new projects, new people, new timelines, new co-creating. Time is fertile. And the other card is Freya. Be audacious. Soit audacieuse, to be audacious. Audacieuse. It sounds better in French, so audacieuse, right? Be bold. Be bold, be bold, be bold. Libérez-vous de votre côté aventurier. Prenez des risques et osez. Liberate the adventurer part of you. Take risks. Dare. And the Lynx energy. Pulled the Lynx card yesterday. Freya. Shout out Freya Warrior Princess. Me loves you, sweetie. Yes. Woodstock, the shit show. Indeed. Whoa, John Binney. That's a super sync. Watching American Made just now in Netflix. Speaking of excess. Wow. That's crazy. Cool sync. Thanks for saying so, John. Angel Fishy, too high. That's a thing, and it's not my thing. Yeah, I have limits, and I you know, even when I smoke pot, I put tobacco. I'd rather smoke a lot of joints a night, add tobacco, kind of make small little penners, and smoke lots of random jokes than make some big fat fucking fatties, right? I'm not a big fatty girl. Like for a joint. Ugh, too big, right? Too big. And even when I drink, I will water down my own wine. After, when I have the buzz feeling that I like, I start watering down my own wine, right? I'd rather keep drinking, have the taste watered down, right? And flow, right? Keep a flow of that tipsy, good feeling that I enjoy and not go over an edge that, right? Ever. Ever. I've gone over the fucking edge, right? And drank too much, and I know how it feels. I know I don't like my body the next day. I know I don't like it in the moment when it hits me that, holy shit, what have I done? I can't fucking, like, wee, right? Everything's spinning, and there's too much. Amber, the Woodstock documentary did leave me in awe. I can imagine it wasn't the best experience, though. Yeah. And for some, right? Some people, the excess of certain things is a part, like, they need that. It's good for them. We're all different, right? For me, I believe I've lived so many lifetimes as well of having excess in other lives that's why this lifetime wasn't to be that way. And every time that I've ever enjoyed something enough to think, like, am I addicted? Right? It's like, it's out the door. I won't do it anymore. And I say that, and my choice to smoke, just, I don't even see it in the same timeline as that, right? Catrix Inc. I'm good. I'm exhausted, but good. Also feeling really electric. Yes, I'm feeling very vibey, electric, magnetical. Like, it's huge. Catrix, thanks for asking. You sound fine. I'm more than fine. I really am. Your plants look like hell too, Angel Fishy. I do not have the green thumb, just the green toes. I have a green thumb for things that are planted in the ground and for greenhouses. But the pots and the containers that are here, I also have a green thumb when I use my instinct of what I need for dirt and manure, right? So what happened this spring is I didn't have a car, and when I went to the garden shop, instead of going in the back and saying, okay, I want 2 bags of this, like, you know, just the brown dirt, and then this manure, and I want this peat moss, he was like, well, we have our own blend. You don't have to buy it all separate. And I was like, oh, really? And then I bought the blend. So really, I didn't put the true energy of what my instinct, right? Like I said, this is the way I've always been, and I always had success. And then I just, I bought the stuff that already had manure, and already had the peat moss, but it wasn't the mix the way that I would have done it. So it's me that didn't follow my instinct and is like, oh, there's one bag that's simpler, might as well get that, right? And going for that instead of what I would have gotten, right? I really believe in sheep poop. I really believe in sheep poop for growing, and just there wasn't enough poop to give the vitamins of what my dudes need, right? My plants. How's it going, Amber Lachelle? Maybe the animals were hungry and they ate your seeds, and you tried though, and you're still feeding life either way. Exactly. And it was like, I don't know if you've seen any of the videos, like, earlier on in May or whatever month, but like I was having a field day. Like I had pigeons everywhere. You know what I mean? Sometimes I was feeding up to 3 or 4 squirrels at a time. We were up to 4 chipmunks at a time as well. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I plant stuff right where I'm feeding them, of course, right? And I'm giving the birds sunflower seeds, and then I'm planting sunflower seeds. Like, duh. I didn't move anything per se, and it was meant to be that way, right? It's okay. And exactly like you said, it still went into the circle of life for nature no matter what. Beatrix Singh says, I don't know. If you can't see the illumination today, I don't think you can be helped. I think that the breakthroughs are going to keep on happening, and many people might not feel it today, but it's still there. Whether people know what's going on within their own chakra systems and their own, soul space that's opening or not, it's still happening, right? It's still happening. And that's one thing about like the truther spiritual community. We don't have to talk about flat earth or to ever talk about even angels to still be like of opening their hearts and living right in the frequency of love, right? Not everybody's going to have the path to pull cards or watch other people pull cards, right? That's it. That's important. Some of the most strongest light workers on the planet right now, they have no clue what they're doing. They're not saying I'm a gatekeeper and I come from Lyria and Syrians and Arcturians. No, they don't know. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They're still doing the stuff. We're just leaking the healing into the world, into the earth, right? Whether people know it or not, it's still happening. Some people, for me, are more like they glow more and they got no clue than somebody who's got like 1 million fucking subscribers, has written books, has done tarot cards, has done it all. And it's like, don't you guys see? This person is like fucking, like, this is in service to self. This person is like wants to be seen as a guru. The pure heart's not there yet. Not at all. But it looks pure to other people because, like, oh, they speak so well. They're so fucking eloquent, right? Right? Okay, so they wrote a book. Guess what? We don't need to write the books. I don't even need to read the book. My innate knowing comes to me. So it's happening all over the world for everybody as well. Angel Fishy, holy shite. I made some shitty choices, but had to in order to show up here now. Exactly, sweetie. Exactly. Angel Fishy says, Scarecrow, I'm already ready for a visit. Yeah, me loves my squirrel dudes. Hi, Peyton. How's everything going? Peyton Samuels. Loves your name. So good to see your face. Thank you. Happy Toast Day, sweetie. That way. Hey, all the beautiful people. Hey, that way. How's everything? James says, you was a wild lady like our good old days. River party are fun. Yes, yeah, like good fun, right? For real. Amber Lachelle, it's all about the detours. Roar, yes. Angel Fishy, me and my friend decided to walk home. That was the plan that happened, and we got lost as fuck. Like stuck in the mud, wasted deep. Mom drove doors of child jail, threatened to leave me. Walk home. Rar, that's beautiful. Angel Fishy, I smoke in ritual, not to get high. Okay, it takes ink. I love weed, but I haven't actually been smoking a lot. Same. Not so much, for real. Like the equivalent of what I'm smoking, somebody like, right? Somebody like Alex Ganja Shaman, who uses the big papers and stuff, would look at my joints and be like, what the fuck, John? You're not really, you know what I mean? What I actually, the consumption that I have in you know, because I don't smoke during the day per se, you know, and even in the evening, what I equal out to smoke, somebody else, like, there's more in a joint, one joint, than there is for my whole night, right? Angel Fishy, we smoke and we have shots. We do not take medicine. Exactly. Yep. Yep. I'm so tired, Angel Fish. I know you know, but I'm saying it out loud. I'm so tired of the guilting and shaming for people who choose to have any alcohol at all, right? That comment a couple months ago where somebody said, anybody who has even one time is drinking is an alcoholic in my eyes. And it's like, what? Right? Again, what I keep saying, even Jesus turned water into wine, right? And we're meant to be in a paradigm and enjoy ourselves. And the medicinal, right? The red wine, the tannins in red wine, the, you know, whiskey, certain things. There is the tool, the medicinal aspect to it as well. There really is. Amber says, yes, smoking feels more like sacred ritual healing. Yeah. And for me, especially when the energies are super high, and like even a day like today where it's like we're having some sort of plasma, blah, blah, blah. I forget what the words were, some sort of plasma event today. Like, fuck, I can't even remember the words, but it's like I need more smoke to be able to breathe properly. And I know people are going to be like, oh my God, you're just telling yourself that. And it's like, no, I know my body, I know what I need, and I need to smoke. It helps to ground me here. And just that's it. Those of us of a dragon-esque energy, we don't doubt that part. And we're really over being told that we have to let go of something. I'll fucking let go of something when my body and my higher self tells me to, not when somebody says you have to clean yourself up because otherwise, you know, this is going to blah, 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 making your ascension easier. And it's like, bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. I call bullshit. You want to clean your fucking self up. Don't tell everybody else they have to do that, right? The judgment, and that's why some of us still smoke or still eat junk food and they talk about it, because if we're gonna trigger a motherfucker to think that they are higher up or more worthy or all of that, we're proving that people are not at that level to love unconditionally and to allow people to live how they need to live. It's the proof right there, right? When somebody is saying like people have to, or you know, that eats, even suggesting, telling somebody to stop, that they must stop eating meat if they need it at the time, you're fucking with somebody's instinct, first of all, what they need, and you're taking away, you're making, you know, the shame and the guilt, right? It's just, that's not where we're at. It's not what's meant to be. Okay, it's like, I'm so tired. I've been busy laying on the bed working. John Binney, I'm feeling the energies building here, resting before the next big leveling up. Boom. Even yesterday in my cards, John, I don't know if you're still here because I'm late in the chat, but yesterday in the cards, and many people that I am going in to listen to certain people that I'm guided to, and they're saying, right, that take the little pauses, or, you know, take the time to rest, because once a certain momentum starts again, the word, like the leveling up, where you say the next big leveling up, once that comes in, right, you can't go back and say like, oh damn, I should have rested that day that I knew I needed to rest, that I didn't. You can't get that back, right? And that's what will throw people off, because of not listening to the body of what we actually need. right? We're here to deprogram ourselves from every fucking thing that was a routine, that we're dependent on, that we think is right. There is no wrong or right for what time we sleep. Our bodies know, right? Thank you, Angel Fishy. Exactly. Even my cigarettes they're a ritual smoke. The Dakota people believe the pipe is the vessel and the smoke is the prayer. Exactly. Exactly. Angel Fishy says, ditto, John. Spirit team said, 9 time for rest, go time, pack lunch, and stretch. Really, Creatrix Inc. I rather smoke tobacco out of a pipe, strangely. I never have. Exactly, Angel Fishy. It's the stuff that they put in and on the tobacco that is poison, not the tobacco. Exactly. And Wesley, right? Wesley in The Princess Bride, right? How he built up his tolerance to iocane powder, right? Doesn't matter if iocane powder was poison, will kill you with a sip. He built up a tolerance to it, right? I told somebody that because there's many people in my reality, when I do have interactions, one of the interactions that I'm manifesting. Hey, Mr. Hugh, I see you, dude. How's everything? Hi, Neil. I'm still catching up with the chat. Hi, Creatrix. So yeah, I'm manifesting conversations in my reality of people who feel and know and say I was coerced into taking, having the first dose of the vaccine or even the second, and to what point they had reactions after. So they're the people who took the doses in order to prove, right, that there's reactions. So, nobody wants to listen to people say that there's going to be reactions, but when your brother, your sister, your mother, your coworker all of a sudden has blood clots, all of a sudden has all these symptoms, it can't be denied, right? That's why there's somewhere in the path that they did get the vaccine in order to be the proof, right? And so I was speaking to somebody the other day who had 2, and oh, damn, that's what I forgot on Sunday. I knew I forgot something on Sunday. Anyways, and, I was saying your body is ultimately the healer, and you had to have that path to be able to show to others that it's true that there's reactions. And then he had really gone deep into the rabbit hole of researching stuff and totally believed that he was chipped, right? That through the vaccine dose that he's basically a fucking walking, talking chip. I forget what his words were, and I looked at him. I was like, did you see The Princess Bride? And he looked at me. He's like, yeah. It's like, you got to see yourself as Wesley, that, you're impervious to what, don't have fear, right? Don't see yourself as poison. Don't see yourself as lacking, right? Because he even used the word pure blood. I was like, whoa, you're the first person I've ever heard say pure blood in my reality. I only ever see people speak this way, through comments on YouTube or on social media. I've never seen anybody, I've never heard it from somebody's mouth before. And he's like, yeah, I'm not a pure blood anymore, and I've accepted that. And I was like, well, you're a healer, and you're the one that's the alchemist to transmute, right? And I was there to plant that seed. Thanks, Mr. Hugh. Nice glow. Yeah, I feel very glowy. I feel like a glowworm. Neil, hey, Miss Jenny. Hope you're having a lovely day. Cheers all. Yes, I am. How's everything going for you, Neil? Angel Fishy, I'm divine. That's all what Spirit says. Yes, Reason Ace. What is happening to my skin? Where's the air protection when I need it? Yes, air can hurt you too. Yes. How's everything going? Reason Ace. Amber says it puts the lotion on the skin. I use coconut oil personally. Angelfish said, Spirit said, Angel, you will know when you can handle the truth. Yep. Same, Angel Fishy. I want to be a cheap date because less is most. Same. Yeah. Yeah. I love you. Yeah, less is more. I'm not so into like the, certain things and stuff. Less is more. Neo's Garden said, I grow weed and I smoke weed every moment of the day. I love my buds. And I don't drink or do drugs, just love the herbs. Right on. Angel Fishy, when I'm sick, smoking is the only time that I can breathe. Whoa, yep. I know exactly what you mean. That way, I've always said, play and have fun. It's important. Lily's like a zombie today. She's so tired. I actually woke her up at one point because I was like, what the fuck, right? Holy shit, wake up. And, but she's like in a zombie mode. I kind of wish I would have let her sleep a little bit longer, poor little one. Energies are just whatever they are for her, right, too? Kids and pets, guys. Neo says, I'm going backstage to meet Roger Waters in person in September. I'm not worthy. Oh, yes, you are. That's so cool, dude. Neo says, Angelfish, you're out of weed. Stop by and I'll get you baked. No kidding. You guys are so close to each other, guys. And Angelfish, she's putting out her information with her number. Connect, guys. Oh my gosh. I can imagine you guys having the best time ever. Whee! Catrix, everyone asks me if I smoke marijuana when I'm out late at night taking a walk. It's always a nighttime question. No one cares about it during the day. Huh. Weird, eh? I don't know if you saw the comment I wrote in your video today, but what I think is crazy is that people just think it's normal that there's garbage everywhere. Why to look at somebody and think they're crazy because they're picking it up? That blows my mind, right? It's, if anything, it's like, fuck, when somebody does that, I say thank you, or I make sure, like, the eye contact so that they feel seen and witnessed, and thank you, right, for your service, for what you're doing. That's one of the things we spoke of, me and somebody else, a couple days ago, outside, is like, I can understand homelessness. I really do. I don't understand the garbage, though. Why, if you're allowed, because a lot of businesses are very patient, they let people hang out in the shade and in the crooks of their buildings and shit. But why would you not pick up your garbage? Why would you just leave it there? Okay, so you're homeless. Why would you leave your garbage on the ground and not love where you are? Make sure you want to take care of it, right? That just doesn't make sense to me, right? There's garbages everywhere. There's always a place. And there's even some people who their yard, the way their garbage bin is placed, that you can just fucking hold your garbage for 1 minute and fucking just throw it in somebody's recycle bin instead of on the ground, right? Like, why people choose to do that? Oh, like, again, okay, so you're homeless. Why does that naturally come hand in hand with leaving a mess everywhere you go, right? And sometimes people are just so, right, that they're not even lucid. They're not even actually here, present, right? I can't even see that. Their higher self, right? Like, so yeah, it's just like, whoa, okay, but still, I just don't get it. Humans are peculiar creatures. Angelfish says, Neo, we could hang out with That Way and Bravery. And Elf will be here soon. Yes. Is the flight booked yet, Angel Fishy? I did have a connection with an amazing connection with Elf. I forget what day last week. I can't remember anything of days anymore right now. And yeah, she was just saying it's coming, but there was no actual date per se. I think she was still waiting to make sure about her time off. Not quite sure. Your kids woke up 11:43. Yeah, when I looked at the time and it was 12:12 and it was like, oh my gosh, she's still sleeping. Again, I wish I would have just let her go the extra hour, but... You okay, Lily? 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 Okay. Yeah, so my kid's sleeping in the closet. There's been a fort. You can't see it. No. No, I'm not going to show her room. So yeah, there's been a fort. She's sleeping in the fort, half in and half out of the closet. Whoop, whoop. Okay, it's like people are perplexed. Like, why am I doing this? What are you looking for? Ooh. Huh. Amber says, tell him you're looking for treasure. No shit, eh? I'm looking for treasure, matey. It's strange. And I love the way you amp up, too, right? It's like you amp it up by having a gift bag, right? Instead of just, you know, a plastic bag or just anything common. The way that you amp it up with a gift bag is pretty cool in my eyes. Yes, Mr. Hugh, I have already pulled this card. So I'm going to just bring it up, and then I'll choose the deck for you. Rawr, nice card, baby. I swear. Holy shit. Where's my book? Don't. I tried to organize my stuff in a way, and it's like I misplaced one thing, so now it's like, what? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Cotton Eye Joe? Check this out, number 9. Number 9 by the Beatles has been on my mind since this morning. Right? The Beatles, number 9, says there's 9 in the chat. Can't make this up. Number 9, number 9, number 9. The Beatles thing, I call it a song because to me it's one of the most pivotal Beatles songs of all times. And it's like pretty much just repeating number 9 most of the time. But maybe it's because I'm the Life Path 9 as well. It just stands out. But holy shit. Love this card. Jaguar. Release. Release what you no longer need. Take action to move something from the idea world into the physical world. Let go of the old, stale, and choose renewal. Wash away the negative aspects of the past. Surrender it all and embrace the new. I don't know if you guys checked out. I shared Lori Ladd, I think it was last night. And it's just a video where you see the screen of an Instagram conversation that is voice text, but she plays the voice text of what she was saying to feel good. And it's like she's so freaking spot on of, you know, everyone has the potential of stepping into their highest timeline, but like only a certain percent of people will actually take advantage of what's actually being offered to them, because some people are just not ready. They still want to stay looking back, right? The door's right there in front of you, but you don't want to step in because the leap of faith that it takes to have faith in yourself, to do something new, to change things radically in your life, right? But just where we're at with the energies and what the potential timelines are and how, right? It's the ones that are going to be of action that ultimately is going to help bring up and, you know, keep that sustained frequency, right? The leaps of faith, the leaping into your new life, because your old life didn't serve you, right? It didn't. There's a reason that, you know what I mean? Some people are so in between, right? They're ready to propel forward, but will they? What are the choices that are going to be made, right? Through this Lion's Gate energy that's coming. And Yolanda Marie, I shared her as well this morning. Just love the way that they're speaking, and just that's the timelines that I'm on, right? I get it. And everything, any type of focus of attention that is not like simple is just, it's stripped itself from my life, or I can't go back into it. I can't go back into it. If there's not a simplicity, it's that's it, right? It's not for me. Jaguar. Magic. Call upon the releasing powers of the Jaguar woman when you are ready to let go of something. Whether it's excess of something, boom, funny, we talked about excess, or old patterns. Ixchel, 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 right? She is the Jaguar woman. Ixchel, Ixchel. is a powerful discharging force. For those who are getting ready for birth, she's a wise guide and she will assist you to have an easier birth. And it's funny, card that speaks of birth, because earlier I was about to say, mark my words, baby wave, right? In 9 months from Lion's Gate, the cavalry of golden children that will be born, right? It's huge. I was guided as well. Lenore Alexandra, I don't know if anybody knows who she is. She's somebody that I've had in my timeline since before she started to actually speak on spiritual things. I had her as a like years ago as an artist, her body, her art in action, who she was. So she's a sacred feminine who's also a dancer. And so she helped inspire me years ago to watch her visually. I never try to imitate anybody, let her flow. And then she has since flowed through, and she speaks. And I love her. She's awesome, right? And she was saying that when she did her new moon forecasts, that one of her predictions was that many people were going to be engaged. Like the engagement announcements were going to be like boom. And so she did an update, and I was watching a little bit of it today, and she was saying, she's like, I barely had the video uploaded, and I've received over 100 direct messages of people saying in their reality, you were right, my sister got engaged yesterday, or you were right, I got engaged, or you know what I mean? And how within her personal timelines, she said that on Instagram, like, right, people who actually do social media and focus on it because it's a part of her timelines of her work, right? So she's never seen a collective wave of so many announcements of people getting engaged, right? Love is in the air, union is in the air, not love that takes for granted and is playing some sort of like, oh, we'll see what happens, right? No, love that wants to commit is really, really, really in the air right now, and that's beautiful. It really is. Okay, Mr. Hugh. Mr. Hugh. I'm gonna grab you one of these animal cards. I don't know if you're still here. If ever Mr. Hugh is not here and comes back and says, what was my card? It's around the 63-minute mark. Whoa. This is one of the most cards that keeps coming up. It comes up almost every stream, Mr. Hugh. I don't know if you're in the background sometimes, kind of listening and you're aware, but this card is coming up almost every stream. It's not stopping. Hey, Crunchy, I played Work It at the beginning of the stream. How's everything going? Crunchwrap Supreme. I have you on my list of your channel name changed. I got to do another drawing. I just still haven't yet. Like I was saying, it's very hot, and I'm just not feeling like leaking the lines. I feel like when I'm touching my paper, where are you, honeybee? There you are. I feel like when I'm touching my paper that I'm sweating on it instead of just putting ink on it. Yeah. Okay. So the card that came out for you, Mr. Hugh, and again, this is it's a collective message, really, because it's not stopping, right? The honeybee, the divine feminine, you're being called to rise. When I first asked the honeybee to sit with me, she showed me a beautiful pink rose, symbol of the divine feminine. The bee was insistent that the rose be featured on this card. The rose works with the honeybee to activate your heart gently, to let the energetics of the bee's honey into your heart, to coat it with the love that you need. The honeybee moves from flower to flower, passing on its healing messages, a messenger of the plant world. Leaves trails of light wherever it flies. They are so important in our ecosystem for so much more than we actually understand in these earthly senses. The honeybee and their relatives hold subtle vibrations by creating channels of energy for light to move through, and they work closely with the elemental realms to bring the light to our planet. They weave it through the webs around our land. If you pull this card, you're being asked to look at the ways that you let light into yourself, into your heart, and into your spaces. Shine a light on all that you see. Sending healing is powerful and can be done just by holding the person or place that you want to heal in pure light. Indeed, sending much light and love to London area right now, right? London is burning in sporadic spots, right? Sending a lot of prayer and love and healing. There's a multitude of higher vibrational light hitting the earth that you can welcome in. The great wave of light that comes to each from 2020 onwards brings strength, embodiment, alignment, and empowerment. Welcome its light and the Grand Central Sun Helios to shine on you today. And let Mary Magdalene guide that light into the pink rose that is your heart. Hope there's something that resonates for you in there, dude. My boobs are so itchy. I swear. I'm okay. I love it that way, says, but Creatrix wouldn't even be able to make videos if people didn't throw their garbage on the ground. And Creatrix says, oh, yes, I will. I would just be doing something else. And then success when the trash is gone. Exactly, eh? She's like, I'm not dependent on the trash, right? I could take that or leave it. I just love the fact that you're sharing it. I think that, first of all, I learned a while, like years ago, to stop, like, even if I can say, like, okay, you're homeless, why do you leave garbage lying around? You know, like, I accept that it's a part of our reality through the sinks that I see, right? So the numbers, the letters, the cutout words, everything's a sink. So trash actually elevates my sink flow, right? And I also don't always pick up stuff anymore in order, if I started to, like, if I need in certain words that I see on the ground, well, then I'm amplifying that certain things that I see other people, right, get that little jolt of, like, little whatever, right? That way everybody's got somebody to lean on. Nice. Angel Fishy. Bella Rose just liberated a ladybug from the pool. Let her down in the fortress, alone in the green grass. Really, Creatrix? Whenever I release some heavy stuff in my mind, my bag of trash gets really heavy too. It's helping me so much, and I hope it does something for others. Yeah, it does. It really does. Right on, Crunchwrap Supreme. I'm good. I just bought food for the ducks. I just want to change my name back. I guess that's why people thought I was a girl, though. Oh my gosh, that's funny. You're one of the only channels that, well, not one, but I met you through Matrix Man, and you guys were doing a live stream together. So I actually had your voice the first time I ever, like, you know, that you came into my awareness. So, yeah, I don't think you're a girl, dude. Right? He knows you're not. Mr. Hugh, I'm behind on your streams, Jen. Good, 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 good. That means you got stuff going on. That means you're not focused on the internet, right? He feels your energy near or far. You don't need to participate or to be listening to all that stuff, especially in summertime. I checked in with Blue the Curve, Cusper. I can't remember her channel name, Blue. And, you know, she filled me in on some stuff, and I was like, good, right? You got your reality, you got stuff going on. Of course, you shouldn't be looking at me or any of us unless you're guided, and it's going to be a part of helping you with what you got going on in your reality, right? It's summertime. It's time to participate in what's in front of us. Bless those who have things to go on to do, right? And things, people to entertain, or any kind of anything, right? So yeah. Alex says, Crunch, you can rename your channel anytime. Your sink is clogged? With what? What did you clog it with, dude? Like really clogged, or just like, ew, I don't want to put my fingers in there and touch like the food or the hair or whatever. Crunchwrap, I haven't been on his stream in a while. I need to stop by. I think sometimes that just we're really meant to follow what's for us, right? So once we've met certain people and we got that soul kind of feeling and stuff, we must be all doing like, in our own lane type of thing, on our own tracks. Not everybody's meant to be gathered in the same spots, giving the energy that they got in the same spots. The more we are spread out, focusing on what we're supposed to focus on, and that we just, the love is there, the connection's still there. It's just not the same. It's not visual for people, right? And that's it. Sandor, I am Groot. Alex is just bouncing around, changing his name everywhere. Okay, I'm going to pull one more card right now, and then I'm going to take a break. I've been on for 71, 32, 32, 23. Ooh. Page 99. 99. The 9 sinks just don't stop. I love it. Thank you. Somebody's walking by with music. Lord Kuthmi? If I'm saying it wrong, I do apologize. Oh, Lord Kuthmi, but you are the change. When Lord Kuthmi first arrived, he lost no time informing me of who he was. I am a dragon elder and a spokesdragon for the Galactic Council. And he went on to say, if you desire to be able to hold the energies of the 5th to the 7th dimension, whoop whoop, 5 to 7, baby. 5 to 1, baby, 1 and 5. No one here gets out alive. I was listening to a little bit of Jimmy and the Doors, right? 5 to 1, baby, 1 and 5. No one here gets out alive. If you desire to be able to hold the energies of the 5th to the 7th dimensions, you need to be clear of all your earthly woes and fears, right? And your deep need for control. You don't get the control, right? You got to flow. Listen to your heart. 1212 on my screen. Listen to your heart. Follow your heart. It's a whole other world, right? It's not logic. It's the heart. Your light body needs to be in alignment with those of the earth and the astrological light matrix. Only when you become a tool and a tuning device to lift the energy of the planet. As more of you gather together to do this work, the greater will be the chance of bringing lasting peace to the earth. A tool, a tuning device to lift the energy of the planet. We're the orchestra, right? We're the orchestra. Lord Kuthmi went on to explain why dragons are here collectively. We've come because lasting peace is achievable on Earth. There are other galaxies beyond your human understanding at this time where it has happened. We dragons are as old as the universe itself and have encountered and witnessed humanity in all guises through all ages. And you are the change. Exactly. And some of us have been here since before the beginning of time, right? Before the beginning of time. The blueprinters, right? The blueprinters. The blueprinters. Cool beans. I'm just going to take a break. A little bit of music box. No, not music box. Globe. Born free. Yes, it is, honey. It's a real song with words, but just the words don't, you know what I mean? Oh, okay. Thanks for teasing me. So my Charlie Brown Christmas tree tomato plant, the one tomato that was this big, boom, it fell off the vine. No joke. It's lying there in the dirt. It's like fell right the fuck off the vine. I don't know if the chipmunk did it, but he was sitting there eating something on the side, and I was like, "Did you do that?" And he just kind of looked at me, so I'm not sure. I can't believe it. I swear. Angel Fishy, I'm gonna leave you play. I'm gonna go float with the kiddos, sun coated. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might get us to the beach later. I don't know. Just the walk right now is just like, we'll see. You don't want to? Too tired? Are you that tired? Can I throw ice cubes at you? No. Generally? Well, instead of raining tacos, it could be raining ice cubes, and then they would melt, and your fort would be like watery. Yes, please drink water now. You might not feel hot, but you're pretty hot, honey. Andrea knows best. Oh my god. Oh, you all that put your like childlike settings on your stuff and I can't comment on it. I'm glad you came in. Thanks for your video this morning, your blow dryer video, right? And it's like, oh baby, that does not work for curly hair girls the same way as it does for you straight hair girls, right? When I do that, holy lion's mane, right? My hair just like whoosh, blows out like that. I was watching you and you're like a movie star and your hair's all like perfect, you know what I mean? To me anyways, because it's just like, right? And then it's like, oh my gosh, when I do that, I've wet my hair already twice today. I might actually go wet it again soon. It's like hot, hot, hot. Today is not a blow drying kind of hair day. Like, holy shit balls. I'm not even going to cook anything and use the oven today just to make sure to keep the apartment nice. And I say to keep the apartment nice. It's like freaking 80 degrees in my apartment right now. Thank you. I love the cards too. I really do. These are the two that I just got, Amber. This is the one that has like the Jaguar energy, the one that I pulled earlier. It's just so beautiful. And the feeling of it, like, I'm just so grateful to have been guided to it. I love it. Love the energy of it. There's a lot of stuff written too in the book, like the mythology of certain animals, the symbology, the status. Even it says when certain animals are extinct or vulnerable, or if they're mythical. Sometimes, you know what I mean. uh, Gives the mythos. It gives like information on the animal. I'm only choosing to pick and choose what I read out loud, because I don't want to be sitting here narrating just the book, right? But I'm just grabbing the essential things that my eye catches. And then this is the Dragon deck. Carolyn Mitchell, the Dragon Path Oracle cards. I've wanted my own Dragon deck for like years now, and no matter what, I was never guided to one. I was always guided to grab the other ones, right? And then, pardon? Yes, I did, honey. Yeah. Yeah, one of them's a dragon deck and another animal deck. And one of them is just, it's very plain and simple. I haven't even opened the book. I'm not sure I'm going to use the book as a tool. We'll see. If I'm guided, I will, right? But these little cards, there's 67 of them. They start at 0. And it's just, a sentence. And it's just, I just like them. It's just, they're plain. There's not so much to overwhelm the eye. There's one number, sometimes a little symbol of something, and then the words. And just, yeah. And that was beautiful. It was amazing because, like, there was so, like, it's the first time that the whole shelf from top to bottom was full of cards. And at first I had grabbed the Sacred Rebel deck. For real. I grabbed the Sacred Rebel deck. I thought it was mine, but then was guided to these three. Later on that evening, when I told Trace B that I got a new card deck, she's like, "Did you get the Sacred Rebel deck?" I was like, "No," but I was guided to it. But then I could only choose three because, like, I'm in Canada. We pay the Canadian price, right? Our money's not the same. So I had told myself, like, $100 at most, and it ended up was 99.01 for three decks, right? But it's like a tool, right? So at first I was like, wow, that's a lot of a treat. But then it's like it's half a treat, but it's not, because it's for the greater good for all. I don't even really pull very much cards for my own self. It's as a tool for all, right? To share as well. I was getting very pissed, pissed at my cards of seeing the same words, seeing the same images, hearing the same thing time after time. And I had been saying for weeks, when I do, or if I do get new decks, even if I had 100 new decks, I'm still going to be pulling the same messages, but at least I'll have a different feeling, right? Because we're in a collective timeline, and the cards, the message is not going to change until we pivot into a different embodiment, right? So who comes up in here, this is the messages that are guided for everyone, or the ones that it resonates with. And often the ones that it doesn't resonate with, right? If the cards trigger you and certain things trigger you, then ask yourself why, right? Especially those leap of faith. The leap of faith is not stopping. It's coming up all the time. The words leap of faith is everywhere, right? And it's like it's not going to stop until you actually make the moves, right? Till the people make the moves, right? Then us that pull cards will have completely different messages, because the leaps of faith will have been taken, and then we'll be pulling cards towards, okay, what happens after you take the leap of faith, right? What happens when you're in a different reality, and we will have different messages. John says, Sandor, I was swimming in the sea. It was so hot here. Good. Sandor, I also love all the cards. I just don't like some of the cards. Same. And one thing that I was talking about Alex yesterday, I don't know if you were here, but it was just I wish that some people who did cards, didn't sugarcoat everything as if everything was always going to just drop into our lap and the miracle's there around the corner, right? Like at some point, like, could you guys fucking stop sugarcoating shit and be honest of like some facts, right? If I had known years ago that, these last 3 years would be so fucking sloppy and hard, I would have been maybe a bit more prepared because I was naive, right? I was so naive that I can see myself 2 years ago talking to Jack and him saying, like, do you think that, we're going to bring in a reality where the masks are actually going to last? And I was like, no, 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 Jack. This is going to make people act. Right, Jack? No, no, no. When he said about vaccines, oh no, people will like not wear the masks. They will stand up for themselves, Jack. Right? I was so fucking naive. This is it. We're there, right? It's 2019. Okay, now it's 2020. Okay, now it's 2021, right? So the whole like, concept of course people will act. They've been pushed to the brink. I thought the mask was the brink, but apparently not, right? Apparently not. I was wrong. I was very fucking wrong. Oh, yes. Good for you. Good way to handle it. Andrew Knows Best says, I'm sorry, doll. I've had annoying comments, so I'm handling it. That's awesome. I love that instead of not making any vids, that you're just take away the power of the commenting. I will get you to comment to you the way that I'm meant to, right? Whether it's here or whether it's somewhere else. If I got something I want to say, I'm going to remember and say it, right? So yeah, good for you. Thanks for making vids and just taking that potential away, right? Take the timeline away. You want to be an asshat? You don't get the chance to comment anymore, right? I love it. That rhino energy, right? The obstacle is the way. How do you get around something that doesn't feel good? Well, fuck, take it away. You guys don't get the chance to comment anymore. I love it. Andrea, I was having so much fun. I would love your curly locks. All right, on. Yeah, I love my new cards, Andrea. It's nice. It's nice to be able to have some new stuff, right? Hey, Nova Nova. You got some cards that doesn't sugarcoat the truth? Right on. Maybe I'll ask you to take a picture of what the decks are, and if they're meant to be in my reality, I'll order them for myself, right? I do know that where I go, although there was a good selection, that there's so many other cards out there, right? So no, I'm talking about decks of cards. Nova, I made a yeast-free Kemlet flour bread, one biscuit shape, test trial. Use sparkling H2O and sea moss gel. It's not fluffy, kind of dense, but it's cooked. And eating it has a very heavy bread taste. It feels like you really ate something filling. Yummy. I love your the eclecticness. Eclecticness, is that a word? It is now. It is now. Eclecticness of your food choices, right? When you post stuff on Instagram, you make my mouth water every freaking time. Like the effort that you're putting into understanding how to transform food. Just, I'm so proud of you because not everybody just has that passion to take that time, right? Everything's just so easy and simple. Everybody just orders or goes to get stuff, but not everybody has taken the time to like learn about food and what you can actually do with it, right? And I'm a chef for life, like for real. Like the interest of looking or knowing of certain things is never going to stop inside of me. Annie, I love you, sweetie. You heard the buzz of the B card. How y'all doing? He's doing super good, and Lily is tired. I even said we might go to the beach later. She's like, I don't want to go. It's like, well, we'll see about that, but I don't know. If we're meant to, we will, but. Nova says, I counted. I have over like 60 decks. I might have a problem. I see it as an investment of tools, honey. 60. Whoa. I can't even imagine how I would use them all, right? And that's the thing.
Where do you put them?
Yeah, and Lily's like, where do you put them? I know that I want eventually some like a rack, right? Because I don't keep my cards in my boxes. Because imagine if I was live streaming and my box and everything was in a box, right? I'd be like unpacking stuff all the time. And so I set my cards up the other day, which I rarely do. But I would want a rack, like a rack that actually holds them up, that's easy to grab. I think I counted and I had, well, how many did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I counted on the 17th. I just had the flashback. How could I not remember? On the 17th, I counted how many decks I got, and I got 17 decks. Cool sync, eh? Roar, Creatrix. There's some serious tractor work going on outside. Loves tractors, dude. I was just saying to somebody how I missed the orange tractor that was parked there in the winter to plow the snow, but he went and parked it somewhere else. He doesn't need it here in the summer. It's like, I miss my dude, right? There was the orange tractor, and that was like my, just to be able to see, and now it's gone, right? Because I'm used to being in land that has tractors, right? Like really close, and now it's just like missing for me, right? I love tractors. I do. I really do. Amber, I couldn't afford decks either, so I started making my own. And then I noticed that a lot of people on YouTube do. Yes, a lot of people have made their own decks, Amber. For real. Yes. And that's an awesome energy because it's pure. It's your own, right? Nova, I gave like 6 readings the other night. Felt something different. Intuition said use another deck for this person. Exactly. And that's why, Nova, you know how I pull cards, right? I grab a deck and I just pull cards. Whatever resonates, grab it, and I just do. But when somebody asks for a card, then I get guided to a specific deck. Like I don't, if I have a deck in my hands, if I'm meant to, I'll keep it. But otherwise it's like, okay, I put that one down, and then I'm guided to pick a different deck. So that's why when someone asks specifically, I wouldn't have grabbed that deck, right? That person choosing to be in the timeline of asking makes me grab a different deck all the time. It's just the way that I roll. Hey, Little Wing 6 was 9. How's everything going, sweetie? Love your hammock setup. You guys are so lucky to be able to do that. It's so cool. Thanks for sharing those vids. And I say you, but I'm not sure if it was you or your dude. Like which one? I can't even remember. Like when I see his channel or your channel, to me it's like both of you. Even if your voice is not there or his voice is not with you, I just feel you both together, right? It's just how I am. Amber, you would love my homemade. Yeah, right. Oracle, there's no sugar coating. Right on. Yeah. The sugar coating, it gets old sometimes, right? Nova, in a meditation the other day, I felt a strong sensation on top of my head. And I had told Fairy it was a crown chakra activation. The time for the downloads. Yeah, so many right now. So many. Must take the time to rest when we're guided because there's just so many downloads coming through. And one of the things that, the reason that I am dipping into certain people, I'm guided and I'm dipping into certain people. I want to see just to what point, how we are flowed, right? Those of us bringing in a certain timeline, right? How flow that we are, and how we all use different words, we all speak different, we have different ways of describing things, but we're all saying the same thing, just differently. It's amazing right now. It's super amazing. It's amazing. It's just like, whoa, I'm blown away. Like, I love it. I love this part. I feel like it's like everything I ever fucking worked for, like, this is it. We're there. It's happening, right? Can't make this shit up. To the point, Nova, where we were talking about horses in the stream the other day, and guess what card falls out of the deck, right? The horse, right? Like the flow is the flow, and it's like visually like not stopping. I love it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Sander, here they pick up the asphalt to make new one. People have no patience and they're honking their horns all the time. Yeah, I'm that girl who has much patience for construction work because my daddy did road construction and my daddy got hit by a motherfucker who decided like, oh, I have a meeting today, so I'm just going to go right plow in, go right plow right through where nobody's supposed to be. And he hit my dad, right? My dad went fucking flying, fucked up his knee to the point they thought he wouldn't walk again. And my dad, to this day, I wasn't there, but I can see the imagery. The guy had a suit and tie on, and he got out of the car to ask my dad if my dad was okay, right? Thank God he didn't just run away. My dad grabbed him by the fucking tie and just fucking boom, boom, boom. Fucking knee is like, his leg is like all on one fucking side. His fucking knee is fucked. And just like, boom, clocked the motherfucker. The guy was not supposed to be there, right? The markers, the cones, everything. But one person who just decides, hey, I need to get there faster. Then I can see myself. I was 14 years old, and I'm the one that got the call. I'm the one that got the call the year after, too, when my daddy burned. So 2 years in a row of, it's fucking midsummer and I'm babysitting my sister and the phone rings and dad's at the fucking hospital in Niagara Falls. And it's like, what the fuck, right? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Just because somebody was in a hurry, right? Yeah. Even when I was on the East Coast, and they were doing road construction on the highlands of Cape Breton, right? So Google Cape Breton Highlands, and it's one of the most touristy, beautiful, magical spots in the whole fucking world. That's how beautiful Cape Breton is. And so they were doing construction, and this mountain-esque regions, right? It's not the Rockies, and it's not like the highest elevation, but still. And people are, getting from point A to point B. And so we were exiting a certain spot, and I was the first. So the flagger, right, was right beside me, an older gentleman, and we talked the whole time. He's like, I've never seen somebody so happy to just be sitting, be the first in line. And he's like, I've never had so much fun with somebody. I was like, this is awesome. Like, he was a local. He got to tell me stuff about like where me and Lily could go, certain spots, that only locals know. And I was like, well, my daddy was construction. I could sit here for fucking 2 hours if that's what's going to like make sure everybody stays safe. I don't give a fuck, right? Like, this is important to me. People want good roads, but then we only have a certain time frame in Canada, right? It's too fucking cold. We can't do certain things in certain weather. We only have a certain time frame. So the same people who bitch about the roads are the same asshats who press on the horn and who are impatient. How the fuck does that make sense? But this is how humans are. They don't like the conditions of the road. Road's finally getting fixed. They're still pissed off, right? Instead of taking another way, if there's another way, instead of leaving a half an hour earlier every single day, they're mad. Like, what the fuck? Humans are so perplexing. How can you bitch about something, but then when it's getting fixed, you're still going to be bitching? Blows my mind, right? Nova, you do have some cards that don't sugarcoat the truth. I'm interested in those. I really am. It's almost midnight in Romania. Little Wing 6 was 9 says, Nova, I'm feeling meridian activity on the soles of my feet. They burn and tingle, trying to tell me something. Rar, foot activations. Happy Toes Day, Little Wing. And meridian. Boom. That word keeps coming up. Meridian. Shut up, Trace B. Right? But meridian just keeps coming up for me. Little Wing 6 was 9 says, Alex, I know that Bonnie shade of blue anywhere. How's it going? John says, Little Wing, me and all my friends, me included, we keep turning into mer people. Roar, mer people. I love that. I love the term like mer people and merman, right? We're so used to the term mermaid and that it's just feminine, but it's like, no, 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 right? No, no, no. Yeah. Hey, Shannon222. Hey, y'all. I'm still monkeying around with that puff puff pass. It's hot for you guys as well in Romania, Alex. Another hot day in Texas. Right on, Shannon. Thanks for your video this morning. I don't make coffee at home. I was watching your vid and I was like, damn, I could go for a coffee right now. I've been on the water, even adding ice to my water because my room temperature water is just not rocking my crank enough right now. Like I need I need it to be colder. And I've been drinking I just drink room temperature water usually, but now it's like fucking 80 degrees in here. So the water is like 80 degrees, right? Oh my God, that's not refreshing. Right on, Shannon. And AY not 8. Sorry I didn't see you before, sweetie. Says, GM at work, swinging by to show some love. Thank you so much. Thank you for those that you know you can't stay, but you just come in and pop and just make sure it's like, wee, part of us all anyways. Thank you. DK says, yeah, Nova. I've had a few of those things happen up and down my body. No words. Yeah, it's very surreal. Like certain activations of certain things, like the zaps or the jolts and certain things. It's just like, whoa. Sandor, I love your father. Yeah. Me too, but from afar. For now, right? He chose a different timeline. He's in the fear on certain things, and it's just not possible to just be decorative and be with my family right now and possibly ever. I don't know, right? I've accepted that. What's for the greater good of all of us is, no contact. This being said, Alex, my daughter's living with my family, right? So it's like, fucked, but good, right? May they all figure their shit out. How's it going, DCase? Yes, respect your flaggers. Yeah, when I lived in British Columbia, DCase, it was an epidemic of flaggers being like just fucking hurt all the time, right? This was in 2010. I don't know how it is now, but in 2010, it was insane. Like it was one of the most dangerous jobs to have. And the second most was being a gas station attendant in British Columbia. All the pumps you have to pay before. You don't go inside anymore, and you have to pay before at the pump because the lack of fucking safety and the people like getting hurt or just certain things happening, so much theft that they completely radically changed every fucking gas station. You can't just go in and pay and then when you're done you got to pay ahead. But when I was there in 2010, those were the two most dangerous jobs to have at the time. The flaggers, because they were getting hit, a lot of people hit and run as well. And then like they were installing cameras and stuff to at least be able to find people. That's how fucked up it was. And then to be the people who had to make, were at the inside the convenience store of the gas stations, right? Shannon says 100 degrees all in Northwest Texas desert. I feel slow as a turtle and the monkey kush and not helping. Yeah, I was hungry when I woke up, so I ate today, and it was just like, I hope this is gonna feel good because it's the heat, right? And eating early, I don't really eat early unless I need it and I'm hungry. And it seems to have been fine. I feel good. What, honey? It looks fine. Nothing looks like it's buffering for me right now. DCase, it's not an easy job. The flagging, you lasted a day. Yeah. Hi, Louisiana Skywatch. Thanks so much for your praying mantis, the mantis video earlier. Oh my gosh. What a cute little dude. Oh my gosh. I was like, oh, I just want to high five it. Just want to high five. It's so cute. Yeah, we don't have praying mantises here, right? They're so amazing to me. Oh my gosh. Someday. Yeah, it was literally looking at you. Yeah, their energy's so strong. It gives me shivers from across the world, right? It's Zigzagzilla, who made like praying mantis vids like a couple years ago that really got me to like the connection, like the feeling of them and just how like they're so powerful. The energy of them, like I mean, I to me it's like people are waiting for things to come out of the sky and multi-dimensional beings. People still use the word alien. I don't even use that word. Sometimes I will, just to be clear of what I'm saying. But to me, the mantis are a part of the beings. Like, that's the connection. That's how fucking powerful they are for me. That's how sacred. Like, I cannot even imagine what it would feel like if I was beside one and one died. Like, I would feel it from head to toe. Like, that's how powerful the energy of seeing them is from afar. So being close to one and graceful. I watched it for nearly 30 minutes and I understand what you're saying about the connection. Yeah, it's so. And again, tribute, shout out to Zigzagzilla, because I didn't know, right? I knew of such a thing, but I didn't know. I didn't know until I knew. That's just, whoa. Like, it makes me speechless. That's how powerful they are for me. Right? Angelfish, I have issued a challenge to the kiddos. 30 minutes, you pack 2 bags, and no one's going into the house for 24 hours. Go time. The tent is up, gazebo's there, fire pit's got wood. Nobody's going in the house for 24 hours. I love it. No way, Angel Fishy. I just ordered mermaid fins in blue for both merpeoples. Cool. Shannon, I've been drinking iced peach tea with raw honey and lots of ice. Gotta have the iced tea in the summer. Bonjour, Sanmao. Michelle, oui, comment ça va? How's everything? Welcome in, honey. Oui. How's everything going, Sunmao? Happy Toes Day. How's the summer energy going for you, sweetie? And I say that, and you're not on a continent that's in winter. You're in summer, right? Now I'm doing like my geography and continents in my head, and it's like, huh? Shannon, I had to get a key for room 14 again. LOL, it's really room 13, but they don't do that here in America. That is 2 times in less than a week that I've had to get a new key. Yeah, I remember that fucking part. Oh my gosh. The keys on the motel when I was managing Temagami Shores. Yeah, we had a bin where there was like many extra keys because of to not be like taken off guard. But when somebody went and took the last key out of the extra key thing, and then all of a sudden it's like there's they drove away, they took both sets of keys with them, and then there's not a spare. It's like, oh shit, here we go again, right? Here we go again. Ooh, double missing keys in a week. That's Right on, John. Thanks for being present with us. Off to meditate with my son before bed. Sending love to everyone. Angel Fishy says 222. When I read that last comment, I smelled burned corn. Yeah, Neo says, Angel Fishy, I think you have my number, ma'am. Yes, definitely get your connections going, guys. You're way too close. Way too close to not be able to like manifest some sort of connection at some point, right? Awesome, guys. Shannon222 says, I was hungry when I woke up this morning, 222, and I normally do not get hungry until around 10 or 11. Roar, thanks for saying. I was wondering, did anybody else like wake up and feel like hungry, like really close to waking up? It's happened a lot to me in the last couple of months compared to ever. Um, right? But it still shocks me, right? Especially today because it was hot already when I got up. The way the sun shines right, in a certain spot. And I needed food. I started with just a handful, like a bowl, like a little handful in a bowl, a macaroni salad, but then it's like it's not enough. So then I grabbed a pickle and I made myself like a small tomato. I only had a bun left. So I made myself a small tomato sandwich with a bun. But I needed food, like more than just a little. That's awesome, Little Wing 619. I'm so here right now, laying in the hammock between the two trees I planted, and it's so peaceful. I love it. That's awesome. Can't hardly wait to have that feeling of like this is my yard, right? I can do certain things. It's my choice, right? I'm in a yard right now. We're the only yard in the whole fucking neighborhood per se that doesn't have a fence, right? We're the only one. Like it's a big fucking open yard, right? Even where I wanted to place the wood, the landlord was not impressed. He had me move it somewhere else. He didn't want it where I wanted it. It's just like, okay, someday it's coming, it's coming. I can make the old fucking choices I want, plant shit where I want, do what I want, right? There's so many ideas and stuff, but it's just, yeah, no, he's not meant to be here. Rar, angelfishy mantis is mine and Merlin's relationship animal. You still have a couple weeks till they show there. You do have the mantis though, where you are, angelfishy. Annie, I worked at a plant nursery and we sold cartons of mantis and ladybugs. Yeah, I completely get this, right? Angelfishy, I healed the female G. Her dude sat on the porch for 2 weeks after. Mantis for life. Roar. DKs, I love you all. I'm going to go do some things. It's 91 degrees. It's hotter for you guys than it is here, DKs. And it probably is like, probably just, whatever. It's all just the numbers of it right now anyways, right? It's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Angelfishy, let's go, D. We got the trail cam in the fortress now. We got the footage. I don't know if you mean me or what you mean, Sunmao. Are you paying out YouTube? That's a way to say. I don't know what you mean by that, Sunmao. Huh, Annie, I'm actually making a frozen pizza. It's almost 1, and I rarely have pizza with tons of mozzarella and pepperoni. I'm really craving pizza too. Like really. Right on, Shannon. Love y'all. Gotta go shopping for a few things. Annie, I can handle the heat, but humid saps all of my energy. Yeah, me's not so good with humidity, but like Northeast Ontario where I am, it's different than Southern Ontario when you get like, a little bit farther down, highway, 3 hours away, like the humidity level is complete two different worlds, right? So what you noticed that my humidex was around 60. I went to check, and in Toronto, it was like at 76 in the moment that I checked, right? And the just 70, it's just when I was young, and it wasn't good for me. And I say that, and it's like you enjoy the air conditioning, right? You do things the way that you're meant to, not you can't control the same way when you're gonna do things. And some people, they don't have the same body temperature. It doesn't affect them the same way. But just for me right now, Annie, just thinking that there's people walking around with socks and work boots on outside right now, like it blows my mind, right? Like I got one layer and that's it. And believe me, even the one layer can be like super irritating. I can't even stand to have my bathing suit on because it's too tight, right? It's just too fucking tight. It's like less contact with the skin, the better. And if, with respect, Louisiana Skywatch. Oh my gosh, yeah, you guys are at 83 humidity today. Exactly, Louisiana. Yeah, the guys I work with, they all have rashes on their legs. Yeah, exactly. My ex would come home sometimes and just like his feet, right? From just like the whole day. Have to have the caps on when you're doing something, even if he was just driving the loader or doing the grader work. You gotta be ready for anything. You gotta have the caps on, right? The steel toes. So how heavy it is to drag around the extra weight of the steel toe boots, right? Louisiana says steel toe, long socks, and 95 degrees. It's horrible. I mean, no, sweetie. I don't even, around here, when it gets to 90, some places completely will shut down, right? Our bodies are not used to that, and people die, right? A heat stroke like this. So some places shut down. I remember in 2018, we had a heat wave, and I needed the services of a garage, and he, when we booked the time, basically he was like, well, I got two choices. Either you can come in at this time, or if you want to leave it overnight and come back and get it. He's like, I'm having my guys come in. They're coming in at 3 or 4 in the morning and doing the 8 hours of and working, doing the normal work that they do, but coming in at 3 or 4 in the morning. They wanted it, and they're protecting themselves to not be overheating. Right? They didn't keep the fucking schedule of a garage that opens at 8 and closes at 4 or 5. They completely rewired the way that they were working while the heat wave was on. And he's like, some days, it's like when it gets to 11, if I feel it's too hot in here, it doesn't matter if sometimes people just gotta wait, right? He's like, I'm not losing one of my guys, right? I love my guys are my family, and I'm not putting any of my people at risk just because other people need a service right now, right? And that was so amazing because at the time, I was working for somebody who I was holding space for the dudes. We'd meet somewhere on the grounds where we worked, and the guys would be crying, trying to hide it from me, and I'd be like, dude, don't fucking try to hide that you're crying. It's fucking inhuman that you're doing this right now. All right, I get it. And one guy was looking at me. He's like, Michelle, I did everything. I asked him if I could come in the middle of the night. I asked him if I could come in early morning. Every fucking thing. And he wants it done now. He wants it done during the day, at the same time, every day. And it was just like, what the fuck, right? When you're holding space for grown fucking men who are crying because it's like one of the guys, he's like, he does this and he knows at some point I'm gonna leave my body. Like, I fucking can't do this. And that's when, unfortunately, the shit hit the fan, right? I talked yesterday about how my timelines just in 2018, September, like done. After a summer of a heat wave and watching fucking people do certain jobs, and they're saying, I can't do this. I can't do this. And the fucking boss owner doesn't give a shit to listen because he wants to control. Everything has to be the same every single day. He couldn't open his perception to just, and half of it was raking the grounds to make sure that the grounds were beautiful. But it was like, holy shit, do you realize, like I told the boss once, I was like, do you realize you got paying tourists giving water to your employees, they're telling them how they feel bad for them. Do you think that the people who are staying here are going to tell you like, oh, you didn't rake yesterday? Or do you think they wouldn't high five you because you know what I mean? It was surreal. And it was one fucking person after the other, right? Saying, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, and not being heard. You know what somebody told me of my life path once? She's like, I always wanted to call like blah, 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 like workers, blah, 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 right? And report, but I never did. I was like, well, you should have, right? As the single mom who had the job, I never even considered reporting him. I was just doing the best I fucking could to survive, as were the men who were working, right? But she could have anonymously called and had that person like checked. Because if somebody would have come to inspect what people were actually doing during the heat wave, he would have been fucked. He would have had fines up the wazoo, right? Some of the stuff wasn't even legal of certain things. But then, years later, the same person called Child Protective Services on me. So it's like, whoa. When my life was so fucked up, my shoulder was half dislocated, I was in fucking pain, I was fucking, you know what I mean, having an insane timeline, you, right, didn't bother doing anything, but now 2 years later, you fucking decided that, you know, you want my daughter to be in school, so you're going to put the system in our life. What the fuck, right? And I always made sure, I live in Ontario because Ontario has homeschooling rules that are very open. One hoop we got to jump is to sign a piece of paper in September, and that's it. That is all. I don't owe anybody an explanation. I don't have to have a curriculum. I can free range. We could choose whatever we want in Ontario, right? And only if a motherfucker calls and says, oh, I think something, you know, blah, 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 sometimes they just got to come because it's like, they don't know, right? They don't know. But yeah, the woman apologized to us, right? Gave us a fucking $150 food voucher for the time that she took from us by listening to that fucking call and thinking that I could be a danger to my child or that I had not registered her, that I was doing it illegally, right? But yeah, fucked up. I swear, some people. Jeune fille papillon. Butterfly. Butterfly lady. Transformation. Vous vivez des changements considérables en ce moment, ce qui vous apporte de grands bénéfices. Going through so many considerable changes right now, and it's all to bring in great benefits, right? Transformation. Are you going to bed, Alex? Sunmal, empty waters and refill can is almost someone wants. Louisiana Skywatch, we have at least 2 to 3 people a week going to the hospital by ambulance. And it's been like that since mid-May. They get breaks, but it's just too hot because they work on the water. Yeah, sweetie. Thanks for sharing, like the reality of, right? That's a lot to me. Angel Fishy, 10 minutes left. The kids are running. Like, what do we forget? Life lesson 102. Louisiana says, we have a day and a night crew, and they wouldn't be able to do that, but I feel so bad for the people outside. Yeah, exactly. What a world we live in, eh? Where The Chemical Workers song by Great Big Sea. It's go, boys, go. They'll time your every breath, and every day that you show up, you're 2 days nearer to death, right? What a world we live in. For one person to have luxuries, how so many other, one family, one elite, right? For people who have no fucking clue what it's like to work manually, to actually do something, and that everything's just taken for granted, right? Like we were talking earlier, when there are actual road crews actually fixing the roads, there's not even a gratitude in the air. There's not even a respect, right? Finally, roads get fixed, but there's not a joy, there's not a respect. People are angry because they gotta slow down. They can't get to where they want to go. They gotta wait. You gotta wait 10 minutes. You gotta sit there 10 minutes in your car, right? What makes people believe that just everything is supposed to work a certain way and control this realm blows my mind. Same within winter here in Canada. When we have a mega snowstorm and everything's open, it's so ridiculous. Why was the mall open if we're in an epic snowstorm? Why do grocery stores stay open? Right? Why does one person have to put their life at risk while everybody, oh, snow day for the kids, this job, no work, no. But other people risk their lives so that somebody can go buy a fucking can of tuna, or you know what I mean? What the fuck? The fact that even people want to keep their routine in certain climates blows my mind. We are so far away from our bodies, from respecting and honoring our temples of what they can do and what they cannot do, right? Annie says, yeah, I worry about those guys in the heat. Rashes from the heat. In May, my face got sunburn. Or the psoriasis or rosacea flare that looked red and dark for weeks. Gotta remember the hat. Yeah, and a lot of skin stuff with the just ascension kind of, you know what I mean? Like rashes out of the blue and, uh, pimples and stuff. Like that's real. I had more pimples in 2009 than I'd ever had in my life. Right? When I had one of my hugest like boom kundalini like awakenings of just like, so I had more pimples, like, you know what I mean? It's like more. I've never been a pimply person. I would always get the random one, right? But in a row in 2009, it was shocking to me. Yeah, Louisiana says for the boots, it's the rashes are from the sweat and the hot boots that are just rubbing all day. Exactly. Because as soon as the socks and the boots are on, the socks are wet, right? You know what I mean? Like, even if they could take the time to change their socks every hour, it wouldn't benefit anyways. In a way, it would be harder because their feet swell. So putting the boot off and on to switch socks, it just doesn't become beneficial, right? And that's one thing I've always respected when there's a dude in work boots and, it's like, don't take off your boots. Oh, no, I have to. I'm coming in your house to work. No, don't. I know how fucking, it's, 10, 8, 10, 12-hour days in work, construction boots, right? Steel toe, taking them on and off. Time it takes to lace properly, first of all, but also just the swelling, the feet, right? The feet need downtime. Annie, but my legs, shoulders are dark brown. Yeah. And he says, I'm getting back to my native roots. Oh, wait, I'm Irish, Scottish, Welsh. Little Wing says, Annie D, I'm as brown as a berry with a white baby Buddha belly, and I'm soaking it up. Oh my gosh, yes. I've only gotten my belly in the sun a certain amount of time. There's no fucking way I'm comfortable to be like in my own yard and just in my own bikini. Not here, right? It's just, yeah, sorry, but no. And so only when I go to the beach and just, yeah, it's weird because usually by this time I'm everywhere is equal except for where I don't. You know what I mean? Exposed per se. But yeah, I'm my white Buddha belly. Yeah, got some jiggle on my belly too. I've been keeping a certain layer of weight on to make sure I'm really anchored and grounded here. When I get too small, when I am my normal size, my smallest size, I'm very willy-nilly and very just flighty. It's very hard to stay grounded. So the body weight helps me, right? Yeah, Louisiana with the wearing. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for mentioning it. Yeah, it ain't even just the boots and socks, the hard hat and the long sleeves as well. And he says, Genevieve, I wave and I nod and I yell good morning as I crawl to the part where the road crews are. I used to work for the city. I did roadside landscaping, even on busy streets and boulevards. The weed eating, the mowing, and the trash picking. So I appreciate that they are at our mercy and just trying to work. Exactly, honey. Yeah, yeah. Little Wing says, Annie, have you tried Epsom salt for your skin? Acne is usually a symptom of the body ridding itself of toxins. And the magnesium of Epsom salt acts like a magnet to draw the toxins out. Yeah, yep, for me too, that helps. And the baking soda too, Little Wing. Yeah, Louisiana, like the slight shock in between changes. Annie says, I do have Epsom salts and a pain spray with it. The magnesium spray is awesome. And Louisiana says, yeah, magnesium is amazing. Right on. Okay. I'm gonna pull a card. I'm gonna go re-wet the back of my head a little bit and go refresh my glass because I'm almost done that full glass of water. Yeah, we're talking about people working outside and doing stuff. Dudes, I'm just sitting here, right? And it's hot. You know what I mean? So and he says, where did everyone go? I don't know. Who knows sometimes how many people are actually really there for real, Annie? You know what I mean? I look at the numbers usually more for the sync of the number that I see than to actually try to imagine. Because sometimes it's like, it doesn't really matter if it says there's only like 4 people. I know there's more people in the background. I can feel it, right? So, card number 30 is so beautiful. 30, Orca. Song lines. You are walking in the bloodlines of your ancestors, but you are an individual who makes your own destiny. Oh gosh. The movie with Heath Ledger, We Can Change Our Stars, right? We Can Change Our Stars. That movie was so important to me. Um, A Knight's Tale with Heath Ledger, We Can Change Our Stars. And I often will use the analogy of near the end of the movie when it's discovered that the character of Heath Ledger, I forget his name, I haven't watched it in a long time, and he's at the gallows, right? So Heath Ledger's character is about to have his fucking head chopped off, and his tribe don't leave. They don't leave, right? They come and they stand with him, and they're going to stay till the end. They don't fucking leave him there, right? True tribe. They don't fucking run away because, right? They fucking stayed. And then when the king comes, right? When the king comes and unveils himself, that's important. That's one of the, I got shivers everywhere. To me, that's one of the most pivotal scenes of The Truth in Plain Sight of so fucking much. And I've made videos about this before. If the goddess revealed herself in front of you, have you been true all along? Right? You can say this, you can say that, but, you know, are you really an embodiment? Are you really of unconditional love? You know, it's a learning curve for everybody. Believe me, there are days when it's like, oh, there's fucking conditions right now. This don't fucking feel good, God, right? There's a fucking condition coming up. I don't like this, right? And then it's like, boom. There's a reason that some certain timelines don't work. They're not meant to be, right? Rejection is God's protection. But again, right? If just that scene, how people are ready to throw stones, watch an execution, watch somebody get their fucking due, but then, right? How the fucking hypocrisy, right? I can't tell if it's like a baby stroller sound or if there's actually raindrops falling. I'm going to finish the orca and then I'm just going to go check for myself. I wanted to take a break anyways. Seek better communication with others. Nourish yourself. Exercise extreme self-care. Share your skills with others. Right? Extreme self-care. We all have different meanings of what that means, right? I remember a couple weeks ago, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to self-care myself and I'm going to do my toes and then I'm going to feel better. And after I was done my toes, I was like, yeah, I don't really feel better. This isn't my kind of self-care. I'm going to do something else, right? You know what I mean? Like it didn't feel like it wasn't revolutionary and changed my life of self-care, right? To me, like self-care at the time, I think I ordered a fucking pizza or something. Right? You know what I mean? Like it's like I need something different. This is not helping me feel any better right now. So what if my toes are painted? Right? That doesn't feel like self-care right now. I know I'm a baby sometimes, but hey. Orca magic can be raised by singing your own song by the sea. It really is raining. It's a feminine. Oh shit, my wood, motherfuckers! Oh, fuck. I fucked up. I really, really did. It's okay.
Is it covered? It's okay. It's okay.
No. We took the wood out of the truck. We threw it down. I was like, I'm not fucking carting this in the sun. I'm gonna wait for the shade.
Oh, you got new one?
We got ordered. Yeah, I didn't.
Oh.
We were in and out of being, half asleep and.
Oh.
So yeah, so it's all there, and I told myself, I'm not doing this in the sun. I'm gonna wait till the shade. And then I thought, oh, even if it rains, it won't rain. It won't rain.
Yeah, we still going to the beach later? We still going to the beach later?
We'll see. I don't think it's gonna last. It's
Still gonna be soaking wet.
Well, I don't have to go wet my hair in the bathroom anymore, right? Advantage of the flash rain all of a sudden.
It's okay. It's gonna dry at some point.
Yes, the other wood is still dry, and that the wood that we had enough wood to last for a while, but the dude comes to deliver it, which is amazing, right? Amazing. He's so cool. And And I was shocked. I didn't think he would come during the heat, right? But he was like, "Yeah, I'll be there after lunch." I was like, "Really?" And when he got here, I was like, "Isn't it like really hot?" And he's like, where I go and the mileage that I was doing and where the wood is and where you guys are, it was like I got the text, I put the wood in, I took a break, and then here I am dumping it, right? But I mean, we did not want to put it like properly while it was too hot, right? Talking about being careful in the heat, and we being careful. But anyways, the wood is completely dry, and then just the flash rain that it just had, it's already stopped, and the sun looks like it's coming back. So, oops. That was refreshing. Shit, I don't know where I put my glasses and all the commotions. Hello? Where did you go?
Were your glasses outside?
I can't find them. Did anybody see where the glasses went flying? Oh, there they are. Oops. The pizza was good, Annie. Roar. Louisiana, sometimes I watch after because I miss your lives, but I cannot catch them all. Time is speeding up to me. Oh, exactly. There's no way, especially right now, eh, Louisiana? Sweetie, like, oh my gosh, I'm binge streaming sometimes 4, 5, 6 hours. There's no way to be able to catch up with that in summertime, even if you listen to me in chipmunk style, speed me up, right? And it's funny you mention it because I even said it to Mr. Hugh earlier, and I checked in with Blue the Curve Oscillation, says, how's it going? And, she's doing stuff. It's summer. She's present in her reality. She don't have time to be, like, checking in of being in live streams, right? So she was like, I say hi, and everything's good, right? Life's good, right? But she's focused on her, her reality, which is normal for, it's different in the winter where there's less light, right? Uh, we nest and we participate differently. For myself, like this is my job, right? This is what I do. This is where I'm guided to focus my energy. And especially right now, like my streams are very long, but they're very rewarding. Like my abundance is flowing. We're safe financially in a way that, thank you so much, those who, grace our PayPal. Life is just flowing and simple right now. And I'm like, I have the energy, I have the words, the cards are flowing, there's people coming in, but it's really for, we can't all be in the same places at the same time right now, right? I'm not sure what movie. Oh, what movie is called A Knight's Tale? I'm trying to remember any other actors that were in it besides Heath Ledger, but I just don't remember. Like, I don't know enough actor names, right? There's other known people in there. I just don't know their names. A Knight's Tale. And I sometimes I would get that movie mixed up with The First Knight, the Richard Gere movie, I think it was. But it's A Knight's Tale. It's beautiful too. They use like David Bowie songs and certain songs, but like within the dynamic of like a medieval time type of setting, but using modern music. You know what I mean? It's the music of it was really good. For me, anyways, I really enjoyed that movie. Amber says, I went to the theater and saw that, but that was like in 7th grade. I'd have to rewatch it. You know what movie I mean, though? And you saw it at the theater? Right on. The scene, the dance scene with the David Bowie song, that's iconic to me, for real. Like, just the beauty of it, the way it was filmed, just the energy of that scene is really just, it's like a, I don't know, I just really enjoyed that movie, right? I often will refer to myself as Heath Ledger in the sense of like when he's, you know, there's one night where he's in his tent and he can barely take off. He can't. He's so fucking bloody. His armor fucking is sticking to him and he's exhausted, right? And then she comes in and she takes care of his body. And that thing of like just how hard the DNA upgrades have been for so many years. I can see myself in 2017 and 2018, and I'm like, you know, thinking that my body's done. There's no way it could rewire itself more. There's no way my heart was already center in 2017 and 2018, guys. Right? My heart had already shifted to be center. My organs inside of me, like my parts inside of me moved, right? And my body, how like, you know, I'm getting older, but instead of looking older, I look younger. I look younger now than I did in my 20s, right? Like for real. So like the surrealness of how that feels with no witness, and the pain sometimes of all these like ascension symptoms where there's no exchange of energy, of touch. For years I've been celibate, for real, right? And I'm not that girl to say, oh, there's a massage therapist or an acupuncturist around the corner, I'm just going to go see her. I can't. I'm not guided to it. It doesn't resonate with me. It makes me cringe just the thought of it, right? If I got to wait forever and a day to be touched, I'm still waiting. That's it. The energy that I am when I touch or when somebody touches me is so fucking huge now that, you know, like the sacredness of it and the knowing. I can exchange energy without touching. So why would I? Or why would I allow, you know, because even if your body's in pain, unless you go get massages like frequently, the first massage hurts like shit after, right? It hurts. And you need to go the 2 or 3 times. There's a consistency so that your body is like, then the relief is there. Because I know I've done it before. I had somebody in my reality when I had my restaurant that I trusted, right? She was amazing. And she wooed me for years, saying, you know, I could massage you, I could help you. Michelle, I see you're tired, I see your aura, I see you need to be touched. And I'd be like, no, I don't want to pay for somebody touching me that's gonna be talking all the time. Like, I don't want to do that. And she's like, oh my God, is that what's worrying you the most? I was like, well, yeah. And she's like, I don't have to talk. You can come in for a massage, and you know, we'll do the hello when you get there. I'll tell you if I need to say something to you, but if I notice that if you don't need any, you know what I mean? All I need is when you need to flip over, right? To talk. And she respected that. I'm buffering, aren't I? Am I buffering, guys? But yeah, I've never manifested another connection like that, right? And Louisiana too. Let me know, somebody, if you want to give me a thumbs up if I'm talking to myself or if I'm still on. I can't tell. It looks like I'm buffering, but I can't see if I am or not. But on my other device, I'm getting like a blah, blah, blah internet warnings or whatever. Where you said time is speeding up to me. Yes, so many people reporting that they are really understanding how to even bend time right now. The awareness and the understanding of how of the bending time is coming into many awarenesses right now. Some people were saying that this weekend. Gotcha. Okay, thanks, Annie. Some people were saying that this weekend like felt like molasses in January. It was frozen, like you know, an hour felt like it like a whole day. And other people are just like, it's so accelerated, right? Just the whoa. Sunmao says, remember, Michelle, at this moment, this is on the internet. Yeah. I don't get to be allowed to think about that anymore, Sunmao. What I'm guided to say, what I'm guided to flow. It's like I was speaking yesterday, you know, the messengers of us who do what we do. You know, many people don't even understand what we're doing. It's just, you know, we're a girl on a screen talking and there's cards, and it's so much more multi-layered than that. But I don't get the chance. That's why I can be like a little pushy sometimes and, you know, say to people, leap into your timelines, trust, right? Have faith. You're not going to get to have the control. You're not going to get to understand what you're doing. You don't get to practice for years and years and years. The practice is done. Fly into your own timeline. Fly into what you're guided, right? It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to be authentic. But to not think of that, right? You know, like Corey said it a couple weeks ago. We didn't grow up thinking we were going to be on a screen and doing this. It's not a pride or of ego wanting to be seen. It's our higher self, right? Guiding us. And sometimes it's like, it still blows my mind, you know, to be so just present. It's not easy being cheesy, right? I make it look really simple. I've always done that. I make everything look simple. When I was younger and in my restaurant days, I was working 80 to 100 something hours a week, bringing my kids to work or having everything ready at the house. And it's like, oh, everything's so fucking easy. Everything's ready. You know, there's food for the kids at the house. My husband didn't even have to fucking make supper sometimes, right? And it didn't matter how many hours. And it's just like, oh, everything's so easy, so easy. When I bought my own restaurant, the kids came even more, right? It was mine. They could be wherever I wanted them to be, and it was fine. And I remember my ex-husband saying something to me once, and I was like, you don't get it. And he's like, what do you mean? And we were already separated, but I was like, you don't get how hard this is. He's like, oh, blah, 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 and he says whatever he says. Like, dude, can you imagine being at your work, in your fucking factory, and your fucking kids, our children, would be in the fucking room of, you know, the lunch room, and that you have to go back and forth and make sure that they're fucking safe, or that they're doing their homework, or that they're eating, or, you know, or what if they touch something where you work? Do you realize what I'm fucking multitasking here, right? Just because I'm happy and there's a smile, it doesn't mean that it's not fucking stressful and really fucking hard to multitask, making food, serving customers, being, you know, the face of the restaurant at all times, and then add children in my own workplace. Like, I was like, holy fuck. People pay other people to raise their children because they can't handle them in their reality. They take a day off or a week off from work, but they still send the kids to daycare because they want a fucking break. And then, you know, you got me on this pedestal as if this is fucking easy. It's not. It's not easy. And it's like, holy shit, right? Right? Just when you see somebody else doing something and they're good at it or whatever, it doesn't mean that it's like super, super easy. Annie, I'm still amazed to find out my dad was a Metalog sign, and so was Bruno. The hardworking and maybe emotionally unavailable. They say men sometimes marry a woman like the mom. And now I'm going, And my dad checked out of life permanently just after I got with B. Wow. Amber says, self-care to me is a joint, a coffee, and maybe a brownie. Roar. Yes. I love it. The rainy. Oh, I'm super okay, Mr. Hugh. Yeah. The wood is so dry, and if the sun comes back out, it should be dry enough to cord properly. Because I think there was rain saying coming later tonight too. I don't know. But that was wild. I feel so refreshed too. I was just saying I'm going to go wet my hair. Annie says, when I have to run around and cover stuff here because it never rains. Amber, oh, I'm jelly. I want to play in the rain. Annie says, but when it rains, it floods. Yes. Yes, Annie, good rinse for the hair, the rainwater rinse. Yes. Damn, Amber says they closed the pool where I live for some reason. Buttholes. You're funny. You don't know the reason? I don't know what you mean by that, Annie. Don't tell me it's a VI closure. I don't know what you mean. Annie says, I told my sister, she's almost 70, be careful who you spend your time with. If they can't meet you at your level, don't give them your energy. There's no time for that right now. Exactly. And that's the truth. And it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what the plan was. It doesn't matter. It has to feel good, safe, and real. Like, really. Amber says, yeah, I really loved Heath Ledger, especially in 10 Things I Hate About You. I never saw that. I think one of my favorite was the one I was talking about, but then the other one was, I think, is it called Three Feathers? It was the feathers, right? He had this walk of shame because he chose a different timeline than what was ordered of him through who he was in his reality. He did not, right? He stopped the cycles, and he was considered not honorable and shunned and shamed, and then it turned out, right, that he was the most honorable one of all. I think it's called Three Feathers. I'm not sure. Little Wang says it's a beautiful, natural thing, G. Intimacy. Indeed. But you got to have somebody who's willing to put forth an effort to have it exchanged, right, Little Wang? Right? Oh my gosh. Someday we'll be sitting together by a fire and I will tell you some shit and it'll be like, holy shit. It's like, yeah, I just, whoa, right? Of certain timelines in my last years. But yeah. Right on, Louisiana. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go take care of something. Shannon says a coffee, a bong rip, and a Pepperidge Farm chocolate cake. You and your chocolate cake. Rawr. He's going to check next time I go to the grocery store if we have those. I know that there are Pepperidge Farm products in Canada. I just don't know, right? Because I don't usually buy cake. But if there is, he's going to get one. Oh, 2 came out. That's all good. So I'm going to flash these up. It's just little simple messages. There's one little number. Wow, double 8s. So one's an 18, the other's a 28. Nourish the sacred feminine. Nourish the sacred feminine. I see this as interpreting of, you know, everyone has the masculine, feminine, the yin and the yang to nourish your own. But I also see it as the, like when the masculine, that divine masculine energy, when they, you know, they elevate the feminine, shout out, right, to the divine masculine who choose to have, right, friendships with feminine and elevate, right? Feed your artist, 28. Feed your artist. I can't help it. I think I'm getting hungry because it's like, what should the artist actually eat? You know, we've talked about cake and we've talked about pizza. But yeah, I see it's more about the muse energy, right? How do you fuel the artist, the creator in you? Where do you put your eyes to feed your eyes with things that can bring you into a state of wanting to create? Feed your artist. I almost made a video yesterday and I was just like, no, I didn't. That I was going to shout out specifically Missy C, and then anyone else who's ever been in my stream grabbed a piece of the stream and rolled with it to actually co-create something else, right? How some people come in here, they hear something, and then they're off. They're off and running. They write a song, they make a vid, right? It started with me just saying the name Kevin Spacey yesterday. We talked about a specific movie. She said, "Do you remember K-Pax?" I said, "Yes." She's like, "I'm watching it now then. I'm going to go watch it now." Boom, within an hour, I was done the stream and watching the vid, right? She had the video up and loaded before I was even done the stream, where she got fed the artist of her, right? Fed herself, allowed herself to make more, right? And that's why certain of us, what we say is a muse energy, right? The oracle, the muse energy that leaks from us. We say things and it's like boom, a sync. It's a trigger. It's an inspiration for somebody to go off and create something more. And that's why the puzzle pieces of us. How, some people think they're not, you know what I mean? That they have nothing to co-create with us because certain of their gifts aren't open yet, or they just can't conceive. They're comparing, right? All these gifts that they see and think, oh, well, I can't do that, I can't do that, I can't do that. But it's like, just show up. Just start being seen, and that's going to open up the keys of the gifts that you don't even know you have. Or sometimes your biggest key is that you are a natural muse energy. What you say, what you write, how you're, if you give eye contact to somebody, could actually be the thing that helps somebody else, right? Because you hold space, witness somebody, have a conversation, that gives somebody that strength, the aha, the gump to make something more, right? How we're here to inspire each other, to elevate each other, and open these keys within us. Right on, Amber. I gotta go. Carry the groceries in. They're here. Right on. Yeah, the divine feminine just keeps coming up, eh? This is the second divine. Nourish the sacred feminine. And then the honeybee earlier, the divine feminine. And again, this isn't, men against women and all that stuff. The masculines have their divine feminine within, of energy, of, opening the heart space to allow for intimacy, vulnerability, speaking about emotion, not just blocking it all, not hiding it all, right? That's the allowing of that. Annie, I have a divine masculine flower essence tincture for connecting to the divine masculine within. Nice. You know what? You just gave me a flashback of like my youth, and the green Brut bottle, was it Brut 33? I swear, I don't even know if they sell that shit anymore, but that to me, I bathed in that. I loved that smell so much. I fucking would buy my own bottles and bathe in it. No joke. Just for the bottle of the Brut 33 too. They were green and they had actual like metal, right? Of the logo was metal at the time. But when reading that brought me the flashbacks of my high school days, right? Where that was my scent that I loved for myself. That just made me feel like unfuckable with. Like, for real. It's a sunflower essence? Yeah, Annie. Whatever it does, I don't know. But it called, so I answered. Really, Shannon? They still sell the Brut at Walmart. During the holidays, they have packages, all different smells from the past. And I used to love Aqua Velva, but my new favorite smell is Obsession for men. Tournez la page. Turn the page, right? Turn the page. The leaping forward, leaps of faith. Turn the page. I don't even know how many times I've said it out loud or I've written it down or how often it's coming up, right? Let go of what's not yours anymore. It's not working. You know, the timeline's not there. Stop looking back at that door to not miss the door that's right in front of you or that will appear right in front of you, right? Because everything's conspiring higher self-wise to bring us into our ultimate highest timeline with our soul group and our soul family, right? So many people across the world feel like tribe, and they are, but there's a certain faction of people that are meant to connect and gather, right? That is real. Turn the page, allow for it, right? Sun Mao, as the explorer of who is as I known as, do I have to write? I don't know what you mean, sweetie. Annie, the tincture, you take drops under your tongue, or it might do something, or it's a placebo, who knows? Does it make you feel anything? Any? I don't necessarily think that you'll, you know, you're gonna, I don't know, the smells, the flavors of stuff, they do, you know, affect our mood, right? Yes, Shannon. I heard that placebo works 99% of the time because it's your mind that heals yourself. And when you take the pill, it's your body's way of saying it's time to heal now. Exactly. So those of us who have rewired ourselves not to take pills, right? It's just not even a part of our paradigm anymore. I wish I could remember her name. She's not making any content. I know her name is Alex, but I can't direct you guys to the channel because I can't remember. It was in 2016 and it wasn't like through YouTube, but she's on YouTube. But anyways, she hasn't made content in so long that I don't even remember her full name, but her name was Alex, and she really spoke of intent, right? So, and our bodies, our temple, and what we choose. And she spoke of a specific time when she was surfing. And then the next day was the big surfing day, but she had just gone normal surfing. But the next day there was like a reunion. They were gathering and it was like a big deal. And so the day before the big day, she took a dive and she hurt herself and her whole arm was bruised. And when she looked at the bruise, she said that I'm not going to feel this tomorrow. Like she didn't say like, ow, 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 right? And oh shit, I'm fucked. Tomorrow I won't be able to surf. She looked at it and she said, I'm not going to feel this tomorrow, right? And the truth of that, I've been bending timelines for my own pain for a lot of years now. I have whipped my foot to the point where I heard something crack, but it was like, no, I didn't. Oh, no, I didn't. No. I won't take in that anything could be broken. I won't take in that tomorrow I'll be limping or that I'll have, you know what I mean? I bend the timeline as it's happening or just as it happened. First of all, one of my is usually will be like a lot of fucks, a lot of cussing. That's my just like the words that I use, the syllable and the saying no, no, no over and over. I'm not saying I have pain. I'm not accepting it. No, 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 right? And like I've been doing this for years for myself. Even when, you know, if I wake up and I feel like groggy and I kind of have a headache and it's like, okay, well, you know, you're passing through, you're going to be done, right? Or what do you have to teach me? Is there a reason, right? But otherwise, like I don't accept that for myself, right? and how it's worked for me. But she was like one of the major, like just watching her and how she described it of, it was just like, yeah. And I could see myself in timelines of my life where I would hurt myself really young and I just didn't care. And there was no, side effect that lasted. Whereas other times where it's like, I accept the bruise, I accept the pain so much that it lasted, right? For real. Mind over matter and the believing, right? Certain things. Shannon, it's been a few years since I've taken a pill, and the last time was because I had a migraine, and I only took the half of the Tylenol, and it was enough. The placebo effect. And when I do get hurt, I usually say that it's going to leave an ugly bruise. All you gotta do is look at me and I bruise. Boom. I used to be like that in my youth, and now I'm so shocked when there's a bruise on me. Because I used to always say that I was, right? You could touch me, tickle me, right? When I went jet skiing or tubing, my whole body would just be one big fucking bruise, right? And now I tell myself that I don't bruise like that anymore, and I don't, right? This being said, I ain't been tubing in forever. I don't know, right? But at the same time, I don't believe it either. And it was years ago when somebody came to my restaurant and I had a headache, so I went and grabbed it, and he's like, I see you, and I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you have a headache and you went and grabbed, Tylenol or whatever it is. And I was like, yeah. He's like, but you didn't even he's like, you didn't even grab a glass of water first and drink it or take a 5-minute break. I was like, wow, you're right. He's like, yeah. You can keep on popping those things, but you're working your ass off. You've been here since this morning, and you don't realize that you're not drinking water. You're drinking coffee. You're having sips of coffee all the time. I see you, but you're not drinking water. And your first reaction is to go grab something, but you didn't take the time, right? I was like, whoa. And then the thing of like the massaging techniques, there's certain places, pulse points that you can just touch, right? He's like, after you've drank a glass of water, sat down, or if you realize you haven't eaten and, headaches and certain things don't pass, then yeah, he's like, I'm not perfect. He's like, I take things sometimes too. But it's like, if you haven't done the other measures first, and then you just automatically, right? And he's like, that's where we're at, like where people are at, right? They don't take care of certain things of their body, and then they just grab the first relief that they can. Do you ever know people who love spicy food, but they can't digest it, but they keep eating it anyway, right? They got Tums on the go and all these Pepto-Bismol and all these things for their tummy, but the only thing they'd have to do is stop eating spicy food. But they love it. So they're going to keep eating spicy food, half shit themselves sometimes, just to be really blunt, right? Because when it goes through, it goes through. They'll talk about how their butt hurts because they wanted to fucking heat and all that, but they don't just stop eating something. Like, how does that even make any sense? What we actually do to ourselves as humans sometimes, of like, don't wonder why, you know what I mean? Certain things, your body tells you that it doesn't like certain foods, and sometimes you can love heat, but it's the sauce that you're choosing, right? All these sauces, chemically, if you look at the product, it's not just a chili pepper, you know what I mean? All the ingredient list this big. It's all those little ingredients this big you can't read that's hurting you, because if you just get original, like a cayenne, whatever, blah, 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 your body would probably be fine, right? But anyways. Annie, my friend lost his shorts, car, and house keys river tubing. We had to go to a house and beg for help. I love it. Oh my gosh, eh? What happened to the car? Did you guys park too close to the river and it went in? Thanks, Sunmel. Have a beautiful day. Sorry about the crunching. I don't know. I just needed it. And he said, I got sick tubing. I was drinking beer in the sun and the heat. And then our keys was lost. We had to call Detroit to get the key duplicated. Oh my gosh. And he says, no, he was skinny dipping. The keys were in the shorts, so bye-bye. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Funny, not funny. Funny, that's still funny, even as it's happening sometimes anyways, right? Things happen fast. And his flip-flop broke too. Oh my gosh. One time Lily didn't have other shoes and her flip-flop broke. And there was no shoes to replace, to walk, to go in a store. So I was like, fuck, go get the duct tape. I'm going to figure this out. And a dude who's a dad, ex-military, looked at me and he's like, you can't fix that with duct tape. And I looked down, I was like, oh, watch me. She needs a pair of shoes to go into the store, right? I'm heading straight for a store. She needs new shoes. And I was like, oh, watch me, right? And I MacGyvered that motherfucking flip-flop for her to be able to walk comfortably enough to be able to, you know, enter the store, not hurt herself. There's junk all over the place, right? That's why we don't walk barefoot in the normal world right now, right? But it was so funny. His fucking eyes. He was like, I didn't think you could do it. I was like, well, I had to. There's no way, right? Like, I had to do it. I'll figure it out. Aw, Annie, it was kind of funny after, but I kind of ended up breaking up with him and leaving town. Years later, that is. Card 43. So intriguing, not knowing what's coming and having new images and stuff. Really grateful for my new cards. Snake. Serpent. It's time to shed your skin. It's time to shed your skin and try something new. Creation is your birthright. You must understand that to remain stagnant means atrophy, so do not fear your own creative flow. If you have a physical ailment, healing will occur. You are capable of big transformation, and if you haven't begun, begin. Yeah. To remain stagnant means atrophy, so do not fear your own creative flow. Yep. And the thing is, too, is to remain stagnant, don't ask yourself why the world is a shit show if you don't embody what your best timeline potential is. How do you expect a whole world to collectively shift and change if you don't walk the walk of doing it? Does that make sense, right? By you shining, you're going to ripple effect for people in your family, your community, whether you have contact with them or not, right? Because some people are being taken out of certain timelines. They're not meant to be connected with other people. And some people, imagine if you haven't shown up and all of a sudden you're showing up and you're creating and you know, your brother, your sister, your aunt, your uncle, whoever's meant, right, to see and feel this so that they can pivot and be inspired by you, right? Okay, 43 is 7. It'd be possible to write a very thick book simply on just snake magic alone, such as its variety and power. But for our purposes here, we're going to use the snake for two main intentions. First, for creation, and second, for protection. Snake energy is almost unmatched in its ability to stimulate the flow of creative forces and enable those whose ideas and concepts to be successfully transformed into reality. If you are stuck for ideas, lack in the flow to get things happening, or if you literally lack fertility in any area, call upon the snake. As for protection, in so many cultures, snakes are the protectors of the truth and of all that is good. So if you are worried about being robbed, or of others stepping over your boundaries, or you need energy to keep you safe, coiling snake magic is the perfect one to invoke. Right on. Thanks for saying so. Have a good visit. Shannon, the boss is on the way. Later, y'all. Annie D, duct tape fixes everything. Yes. It does. It's a go-to. It's, you know, it might not fix, but it can temporarily get you out of a pickle. For real, right? Like, oh my God, I stand by duct tape. Annie, I found a gold snake ring once in the center of a baseball diamond, squaring at the circle at a park called Di Portola. The window. It had a garnet on its head, and I kept it, but then I lost it. That's weird, eh? How it was meant to come into your reality, but then to someone else. Angel Fishy, the pool is warm. Need some sandies, some PB&J, and some ham and cheeses. Rawr. That sounds yummy, sweetie. One, Ant Spirit, time to collaborate. When Ant Spirit comes in to visit, is to celebrate the benefits of working in a partnership with others as part of a community or tribe. Spirit reminds you that to build your dream, you need to work with others. Accept help and trust in your most important partnership, the one that you have with Spirit. Your intentions will come into fruition if you remain awake and focused on co-creating your reality with others and with Spirit. Remember that the world around you can easily seduce you if you don't have some sort of practice or discipline, like meditation, to keep you on track as you build a life you desire. Connecting with others, having accountability can be very helpful, as it's unlikely that everyone just falls asleep at the same time. The other message that Ant Spirit holds is that you are now at an auspicious time to ask for help and receive it. Whether you need help assembling teams, finding tribe, or requesting assistance from others who are there for you. Everyone is working to support you right now. Annie, does anyone have snakes where you live? There's the potential of snakes anywhere here, but I don't see them very often. Oh yes, there's snakes here. We have, I think it's called the Manitoba rattler. We have a sort of rattlesnake that energy here as well. People say that there's some in our area, right? But I ain't never seen one personally. But we do have a certain type of rattler that has migrated or come here that wasn't here before. But I haven't seen one personally. There was signs at a certain beach last year and people saying that there was at least one, but I never saw it. Yeah. Snake energy was always a part of my life, and my mother was terrified of snakes. So snakes would come to me, I would be happy because I was not scared of them, and then I would hurt my mom by, having them close to me. It scared her. So they're not a present totem in my reality, right? I saw more snakes when I lived in Temagami. Yeah, we saw more snakes when we lived in Temagami. Yeah, I can see myself, and I'm on a walking trail in British Columbia, and it was the day after I had gotten there, and my dad was like, oh, well, before we go on like a true mountain hike, we're just gonna go like to this one lake that I want to get to. It's like wheelchair accessible with trail. Like I want to see this area, what they've done, right? Get ideas for future places and stuff, because he worked in parks and stuff, worked the land. So we went to this place, and it was like half lake, half marsh, and everything. Like it was like wheelchair accessible. Like anyone could choose to be on that trail, and it wasn't like strenuous, right? It was flat, and it was meant to be like just for all ages and all physical abilities. There were so many seating stations so that people could rest. Like it was really amazing what they had done. And at one point I'm looking down and I was like, Dad? He's like, what? It's like the ground is moving. It's like, what? It's like the ground is moving. And in front of us, it was all just little babies, like tiny little fucking snakes everywhere. I was like, oh my gosh, like, are they gonna go? Or are we gonna walk on them? Or are we gonna walk off the trail? Like, I'm not stepping on all these like, fucking little baby things. And it was just so, whoa, right? Of seeing like so many at the same place that you think that the ground is moving, but it's actually, the wildlife. Yeah. Like the other day when we turned the corner, eh? Yeah. And my dad, when I got to BC, he's like, okay, you know how I do that thing and I'm a dad and I tell you stuff and you might not listen or you might? And I was like, yeah. He's like, okay, this is not our land. This is different here. He's like, you know how you like to go around touching trees and, grabbing leaves and ferns and touching them? I was like, yeah. He's like, you can do that if you want, but this one, don't touch it. I was like, okay, why? Right? He flips it over and it's like little fucking like little blades, like this fern. You touch it and your hand is just like, right? And I was like, oh, okay. Thanks for the tip on the first day, Dad, right? I didn't go grab that to make a bouquet and like fuck up my hands type of shit. But then we were camping and I popped a squat and I didn't have toilet paper, so I was like, oh, a pretty leaf. I'm just going to use the leaf and be like Adam and Eve, right? And so I did, and then I started walking, and then I was like, whoa, what the fuck have I done? I was like, and to myself, I'm like, oh my God, what if something happens to my vagina and I got to tell my dad, like, Dad, I used a leaf and now my vagina is like, we're like, I don't know, maybe 10, 20 hours from the fucking mainland. Like,
your vagina could still hurt from that.
It was fine. But I didn't know what the leaf was. It's not like being here and it's like, oh, a maple leaf, right? I can do whatever I want with this one. I was in, like, after I touched myself, right? I was thinking about what my dad said about the fern, and I was like, oh my gosh, what have I done? What if I fucked my body up, right? Of something that I'm not shy to tell my dad something, right? He's my dad. Like, we grew up, and I mean, he's my dad, right? He grew up with two girls and a woman, and nothing fucking shocks him anymore, right? But it was like, holy shit. Like, we are far from mainland, you know, there's no fucking boats or anything. Like, we're, you know, in the middle of Desolation Sound, doing little islands and choosing which one we're going to camp on, choosing which one we're going to eat on. There was nothing wrong with it, Annie. There was no, I don't know what it was, but it was a leaf that I didn't know. Then I used it, and then I was like, oh my gosh, what have I done? And I never did that again after. It was like, no, 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 that, you know, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Nothing happened, but the thought of something happening, right?
That's lame.
Well, it's lame. Thanks. I hate that word. Boom, Annie, ants, teams, yes. Yes, the snaky carpet. Louisiana Skywatch says, we get plenty of snakes down here. I've come to notice that if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. It's 4 o'clock, time for me to get off. Love this stream. Try to catch one the next time. Thanks so much. Have a super, super duper evening. Yeah, the where you said where Louisiana says if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. Exactly. And that's the thing, is that when you're afraid of certain things, sometimes they'll come more into your reality because of that fear, right? So how in my life path is when I'm with my mother that I've seen the most snakes in my whole life compared to after, right? The manifesting of, you know, having it there, and I can still see myself. I'm 6 years old. We just moved to Alberta, and, you know, I find a snake and I bring it to my mom. I'm so proud. Like, look what I found. And oh my God, she was not fucking happy. Meanwhile, it's like she scared me more than the snake scared her. I still to this day, like, holy shit, if I could take back one action, it's like, I wish I had never showed her that fucking snake, because it was really scary, her reaction, right? Lion. Do, 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 the lion sleeps tonight. Lion, honor your soul, celebrate its journey. 31, page 31. Lion, honor. Lion's Gate, right, guys? The 8-8, Lion's Gate. 8-7-8. 8-7-8. 8-7-6. Ooh. Okay. Honor your soul, celebrates its journey. The energy of the lion is regarded as royal and steeped in rich history. Lions are protectors, and they've served on this planet for eons, and they were present in ancient Egypt, where they were linked to the goddess Sekhmet. They are known for unifying the divine masculine and feminine. Indeed, welcome to the Lion's Gate 2022. This will be a year to remember. They are known for unifying the divine masculine and feminine. They are dedicated, brave, honorable, and proud, and they show us that power does not need to be aggressive, but can have quiet dignity. Their message is to stay true to who you are. Don't bury yourself under people's projected beliefs and insecurities. There's so many distractions around you, but walk your most illuminated path with pride and discern between what is true and what is illusion by tuning into your heart. Light a candle. Give thanks to where you are today, because you have reached a new milestone or a new chapter. Boom. Turn the page. Milestone, new chapter. Bless you. And the line comes to remind you to have gratitude for all that is past and what is yet to unfold. Annie, we have snakes that eat the rattlers, the coach whip. Use a Leo rising. Annie, 7 people in the chat hiding. You say hiding. What's that? There's just like a kid's rhyme with the lions. I forget, but in the bushes or something. I forget. Thanks, Mr. Hugh. It is, eh? Very apropos. The Lion's Gate has been open for over a month now. I felt it come in with the bang and the roar. I can hear the lion energy. I've never heard it so loud in all my 50 years, right? Ever. This is the Lion's Gate to remember, that's for sure. Whoop. There it is. Wow. I love it. I can't share it because it's a short, but Robert V shared a video this morning of two bulls like fighting, doing that bull thing, right? This in the field. It's only a 30-second clip, so it doesn't work for me to upload as a community post. So I don't know who has Robert V or not, but I was like, whoa, I can't believe you're sharing that video today. I was one of the first ones in too. I was guided to it. For me, I just bought this new deck, and the bull has come out every time, every stream so far. And the saying, grab the bull by the horns, is constantly there. And when he shared the video this morning, I was like, whoa, like, okay, this is even like more bull, symbolism, right? The bull sacrifice. I was thinking about this. I took a bath this morning, which isn't something I commonly do. I usually take a bath at night for like relaxing, but I took one this morning for just the chilling in the water. And I was thinking of that, like this specific card, the bull sacrifice, how, all worthwhile things mean that we must sacrifice something. And sometimes it doesn't feel like a sacrifice, right? You meet somebody new in your reality, and it doesn't feel like a sacrifice at all to let go of certain routines and not be the same exact routines that you had in order to be able to have a consistency with somebody new, right? But how? That, ultimately there's always a sacrifice of compromise when the collaborating, right? The co-creating, how open hearts, open minds, it doesn't actually feel like a sacrifice if it's not you getting your own way all the time. That there's actually not the even wanting to get your own way because you're all in and you see the bigger picture for the greater good instead of just that individual ego, like me, myself, and I has to be satisfied today, right? You look at me, and all of that. How, right? How the lack of having that ego attachment to certain things doesn't actually feel like a sacrifice. But, that there's always something to give to get something else, right? Like, there is. All worthwhile things mean we must sacrifice something. Martyrdom rarely is a good choice. It's good to trust your tribe. Have faith that all will be well. Reciprocity and offering to something bigger than you is a powerful act. Exactly. You know how so much judgment and saying like, the collective is this, the sheep, and, the timeline in Canada of people being so cruel and mean and saying that Justin Trudeau is this and he's a traitor and he should be hung and, he ran away, and he did. He ran away when it was time to do his job. He minimum of 2 times where, he needed to show up for something. He didn't take accountability or responsibility. He pulled the COVID card. I got COVID. I got isolate. Like minimum of 2 times in the last 6 months in Canada. But how? The people who have the judgment of that he's doing that, because it's a fact, but are you of your best action? Are you actually taking accountability for everything that you need to? Are you actually, really giving your 144% at work? Again, there are people who work 8-hour shifts, and how much energy did you actually focus on your work, right? How much of your actually true energy did you put into your work? Right? How? If people were actually following what they want to do, purpose-based, the flow of how much you give without thinking about time, when you do what you love, it's not considered work, it's a purpose. and, you know, it flows, right? It's like that thing of, you guys see me when I stream. I'm here, I'm present, I'm streaming, right? There's not a million other things going on in my reality. And, you know, I call this my job. Ultimately, it is, because that's what I believe about it. But there's no one that I'm accountable to say, like, holy shit, that person's paying me like 10, 20, $30 an hour, and then I'm taking from them without giving them what they deserve, right? Because ultimately people see work as, you know, this or that, but do you respect the people who are actually the ones that are giving you of their money for you to do a job for them, right? Not everybody works for a big corporation, and even if you do, guess what? Those franchises are owned by individuals. It's a normal mom and dad who owns the building, who gets the flack, who has, right, a certain timeline. You got issues with Walmart. It's like I used to say to people last 2 years ago, when they thought that grown men were telling me that they're standing in their sovereignty because they're going to Walmart. And then when that little girl or that old lady that's a greeter says that they need a mask, she's doing her job. And then, you know, some people were so proud of what they said and they did to those young ladies or young women or older men or whoever. And it's like, you realize, if that was your daughter working as a greeter, and she came home from work and said, like, Dad, you should see all the men that are bullying me, you'd go to work to your daughter's work, and you would fucking, you know, you wouldn't allow for this. But you actually would go and bully young women or older women who are just doing their job, right? There's a way to be sovereign where we're not hurting other people. Some people were recording things and they were so proud of themselves, but I was like, did you see the little girl in the background that started crying? Did you see that you just scared, you know, a woman who's alone because you're so loud, you're bigger than everybody, and you're taking up all the space because you want to be sovereign and not wear a mask? There's different choices that can be made, right? Some people like use this as a way to like, have attention and blah, 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 but it's not the person up front that made the law, the rule, the mandate. You can't take out your energy and want to be sovereign towards somebody who's just doing what they need to do for their own survival, right? And one of my suggestions used to be, you know what? If you got so much fucking balls to like pick on a little girl and think you're cool, why don't you go see the manager and say, listen, dude, I'm never going to wear a mask. What time? Right? Do you want me here in the morning? Do you want me here at noon? Every day or once a week? What time can I come here and I'll have some respect and I'm not going to have to deal with this? If you got enough balls to be mean to people, to stand in your sovereignty, why can't you have enough imagination to figure out the way to do it for a greater good of peace? Right? Going to see a manager and say, listen, I'm not going to wear a mask. My family isn't either. I get, you know, if I get 10 people that, you know, at 10 o'clock, on Mondays, it's our time, right? Imagine the communication, the exchanging energy, and the, right? It was possible for so many people to not wear a mask, but never hurt anybody's feelings while we did it, right? For real. There are places where it's like I would look at people and I would be like, would you prefer me to shop here or to not come in, right? Would you prefer that I didn't come here? I'll go somewhere else. I had one dude who took so much fucking flack for me, right? He knew. And he would say, you know, I'm supposed to tell you. And I was like, so that other people could hear. I was like, yeah, thank you. And he'd give me the smile because he knew I wasn't gonna. And he knew that he wasn't gonna make me, but he was doing his job. But how many times, like, he got the dirty looks or, you know, like, that I got treated like I'm a fucking criminal because I'm in a store looking like I look, all like small and shit with my daughter, and then I'm gonna hurt people because I don't have something on my face, right? But how? People are already afraid. How do you keep the fear down instead of making it worse? How do you not make, you know, a scenario into something that, how do you make a scenario into something that's let's figure out what's best for everybody instead of what's just best for me, right? And how? There's a certain timeline at the most, like the biggest lockdown part of last year, and how like people were tired, man. Imagine, I was talking to people who didn't get a vacation all year because every fucking time it was their day off or their week off, somebody had the COVID. So, right? So the manager or the cashiers would tell me, like, I don't get time off. Every time it's my turn, somebody calls in sick and they're in quarantine for like, you know, because it started with 14 days and then it was down to 4, right? All the mind fuckery of it. But how do you help the people? And, you know, that it doesn't become about one person's wanting to stand tall, sovereign. But if other people are hurt in your sovereignty, you're not so sovereign, right? Anyways, I'm going to take a break. Just, I don't know how to explain, Annie. What's the Lionsgate, please? I don't know how to explain. Just the portal of energy of the fact that it's Leo season, right? That would be like the only way I know how to describe it, kind of thing. The fact that we're in Leo season, right? And that it's coming. We're not quite there yet, but it's so huge that I feel it, right? I feel like that lioness, the lion energy, like so much, right? I can hear them. That's a ton of bull. I love it. Annie, Hong Kong, it's raining again. I feel like such a dumbass. I didn't have a fucking clue it was gonna rain. I'm glad it's raining. We needed it. It feels like even right here, the relief I feel already, and then just the light little baby wind that's coming in is amazing. I don't have any fans, and I just don't want to invest in any. Annie, Hong Kong, I need to work on something, but dragging my feet. I mean, to get to with honor, you know. The honk was because someone was honking, in case that sounded weird. Cool. And where you said earlier, where people are like hiding in the background, the energies are super heavy right now. I don't know what the word for it is, but there's some sort of plasma thing going through. So some people are like, even just Lily, right? She's very tired today. She's barely spoken up at all, right? Her energy is not like usual per se. And so I can't imagine how some people are feeling affected today and just want to be quiet, right? That, you know, the potential that the 6 people who are in here right now, Annie, it's like people who would normally talk, but just like, I got no energy to fucking talk, Jen, right? I'm even hearing the message being said to me, like, I got no fucking energy. I don't want to be seen. I don't want you to ask me how I'm doing today, Jen. And it's like, I get it. I really do, right? You know, like, yeah. this too shall pass. And, you know, we're at the crux, we're at the climax, we're at the crossroads. Choices need to be made. Embodiment is pivotal for the timelines of an entire collective. Like, this is real. It really is. One person allowing for their heart to be open and stepping into their best timeline has a ripple effect for everyone. It's so big, right? We amplify. We amplify for those that cannot open their hearts and be of action. We're the ones we've been waiting for, and we're the ones of action that must, you know, step into certain roles. It's not enough to watch each other through screens and vicariously say, brother, sister, and tribe. Who's going to prove it and own it and make it happen? These are just words until they become action. And I say that, but within the dynamics of many of us, we know we fucking tried. We have done actions, whether it be the phone calls, whether it be the sharing abundance, whether it be holding space, whether it be like, no, I'm not letting you go just because you think you're a bad person or you did this, or I love you no matter what, right? I said it before and I'll say it again, and I'm still here. I don't care if you're having a bad day or if you know what I mean? I love you even if, no matter what. Like, we all have built solid foundations in our, some of us in our background where, you know what I mean? And it's just like, we know if I could get to Judy and she could get to me, and we're doing it. But that's not what our highest timeline is meant to be right now. We can't make that happen because that's not what our soul needs first. There are other connections that need to happen first before other ones can come into place, right? Annie says, I know, I lurk too. Yeah, and it's okay. Personally, I can feel the difference between when somebody's like watching, listening, not able to, you know, doing dishes and all that, and it's like they don't want to be seen. I know sometimes it can be hard, like, to be singled out, right? You want to say hi, but then all of a sudden I'm asking a bunch of questions like, how are you, or bringing up sinks and certain things. So sometimes just saying quiet feels more comfy, right, for you guys? And I say that, and it's super rare that I do that. And when I do, there's an ultimate reason, right, of why I stay quiet. Because otherwise, I don't want Allie to wonder when she's reading, is Genevieve actually here? I say it. I'm here. I'm drawing. I'm not going to talk, right? Or I'm here and I'm not going to talk. But then all of a sudden, somebody says hi, and boom, there I go. I start, you know, yapping, right? Because it feels like talking, even if I'm using, right, my words. But still, I don't like to lurk because I know my presence is so fucking felt. I don't like for people to doubt their instinct. So I'd rather say, right? You okay, dude? I'd rather say that I'm there and then I'm going to be quiet, and then whether I am or not, whatever, right? Yeah. One of our greatest assets as human is the ability to change our mind. Can you bounce back and you said something 1 second, I don't feel like doing that, but then 10 minutes later realize, yeah, I do feel like doing that, right? 10 minutes ago you didn't feel like it, but then you do. It's okay, right? Annie, I like logos too. He's at the door. He's just excited about the storm, I guess. He wants to go out, but he wouldn't even go out as soon as he realized it's raining. I like the word logos too, the word wisdom, and genome. Amber, I have stuff to do too. I just don't want to. Yeah, and a lot of the cards are saying just pause. Your stuff's going to get done, Amber, right? When that feeling comes up, it gets done, right? Annie said, I set a deadline for myself, but let me not use that word. I set a goal. Ooh, a goal, and then you got the net. Yes, you set a goal for yourself. Your cat just got up too? Yeah, he was loud, eh? Oh shit, it's actually raining in the house. Gosh darn, I knew that one was too good to be true. He is not shut in the window. Just got to remember to wipe it down properly when it's done. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. I just pulled the fish card. Angel fish. I think it's the first time. I'm not quite sure. I'll know when I see. There. Fish. Restlessness, change of focus, lost in the current. The fish loves to be subsumed in life's current. Nothing pleases it more than movement, movement, and more movement. The roaming lifestyle of the fish might be exhilarating for a while, but usually leads to weariness and slippery relationships. So within all the possibilities out there in the vast waters, the fish becomes lost without clear goals. Boom! Annie, you just wrote goal. The fish becomes lost without clear goals and intention. Spend some time with the lunar forces, dear fish, as the peace and calm of the moon will soothe your soul. Anyone noticing how the moon is not rising at the same place for them, or is the moon rising at the same place for you? It's shocking, the degrees of separation from where the moon was rising at last week or at the height of full moon, and where it's rising last night and the night before. Yeah, I think 3 of us, just so far, like just saying, like, what is up, right? What's up with the moon right now? Yes, Annie, cat energy. Little house lions is our cats, yes. My cat loves fishy stuff. Number 7, amplify. Amplify your positive emotions. Yes, always, right? When you find people or things that make you feel positive and happy, amplify that, right? There's a ripple effect of energy flowing from you. Be positive. Simply staying happy and sending happiness out from your heart will benefit those around you. Exactly. When we speak about leaps of faith and stepping into our highest timeline, again, like I was saying before, the ripple effect for others. One person's happiness, ripple effects. Whether other people are not even ready to see that happiness or partake in it, doesn't matter, because the heart is so open when you're happy and in joy that it's just, right? Just sharing. It's just everywhere. We're so much more like multi-layered like, than we think we are. You know what I mean? How the benefit of our actually true purpose and happiness radiates, right? As you adjust your motives and attitudes, this energy flows from you in centrifugal circles, affecting all of your desires and beliefs. There's a chance to bring good fortune and influences to all the events in your life. As circles represent cycles, know that you're going to continually go in and out of cycles, growing and changing. Yeah, that saying that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right, was planted into humanity for people to really be able to use that as, like, oh, you can't teach me anything new. I can't learn anything new. I'm too old for that, right? And that's the lie. That's the lie. We're always learning. We're always able to, we must grow. And that's why humans are so unhappy, right? They get into what they are, the mold of them is supposed to be versus what they want to be. And then they stick with it in that stagnancy. With every ending comes a new beginning. Yes, that's really beautiful. A lot of people have been gone through like some of your truest tests of faith, and even wanting to stay here in this world in the last year, but especially 6 months, right? And so many endings of so many things, jobs, lives, relationships, friendships. But that's the thing. All these endings, and then that feeling of like, is anything ever gonna feel new or feel good or be real again for me? And it's like, yes, 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 yes. There's a reason those things had to end. There's a reason certain people transitioned, and that there are new beginnings everywhere for everyone. Trust that the positive energy you radiate will attract what you wish for. Exactly. Amber, you're right. It's to the left, same, of where it usually is at midnight. And I measured it by my window. Maybe this moon didn't shift, but instead we did. You are the second person to say that. Somebody said to me last night, is the moon whacked or we? Like, did the moon shift or did we? Cool. Thanks for noticing and validating you as well. Yeah, I was shocked last night because, okay, a little bit different one night, 2 nights, but then even more. Like, I literally, she came up like an hour and a half, 2 hours earlier even than she should have if she was following her consistency of the full moon. It was earlier last night that I saw the moon than the last night of the full moon when she only came up at 1 a.m., right? And all of a sudden last night before midnight, I got the moon rising in this spot that I looked at the sky and I was like, what the fuck is that in the sky? Right? Because it was so orange. It was like, I don't have the color. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I do. It was exactly this color, the moon last night. Like this peachy, pulls on yellow, orange, but not quite. It was exactly this color last night. And I was just like, what the is that? Right? I thought somebody had gotten a new light or something for their house because it was coming up in a spot that I just not used to. But so, like, whoa, the color of her. Annie. I just found a note from January and I completely forgot about it. Somebody sent me 6 names of people sending prayers and that they are in mourning too. And I have no memory of this at all. Yeah. Amber says, Annie, is it strange if I tell you I saw that list of names in a very vivid dream once not long ago, but I don't remember any of them. I noticed it the night of the full moon. Trace said that she had dreamed a white butterfly, and I was like, whoa. I was realizing yesterday to what point I've never seen so many white butterflies. Right? I think you were here yesterday as well, Amber. And then were you the one that mentioned the yellow? And I was like, yes, usually I see yellow. And now this year it's white, white, white. So many white ones. I don't even think I've seen a yellow one. I'm seeing monarchs. I've seen a few blue ones, but hardly any. And it's just like white. And I meant to go grab like the symbolism of like the specific white butterfly. Like what is the symbolism of that? But I haven't done it yet. The white is pulling on my eye. Like if I could have like more white clothes, like right now, it'd be my go-to. The white. And I suck at keeping clothes white. I don't even have my own laundry here, but I would want like so many different like just styles and textures of white if I could right now. And already I bought more white stuff, that I could find at the thrift shop in the last month than ever, right? Annie, well, wow. Some of the names are ham radio call signs. Yes, the color was different for you as well. Right on, Amber. Annie, so it would be WB6LLL or just LL? Kenny, the sun has changed to a blue-white to me, like a fluorescent bulb. Yep. Yep. Like an opal type of thing where the word opal comes up to be able to describe the sun. When opal is white, but then it's not because it's got the blue, purpley, pink. And the opals that I've seen in my life with my real eyes, that is. Amber says, yes, the butterflies, the moon, and the colors. Yeah. Wow. This is pretty. $47, sacred reverence. All for the truth that spirit is everywhere. Inspiration coming through you as a result of reverence. Joyful living. Exploring possibilities with curiosity. Spiritual passion. Manifesting from the starting point of the realm of spirit. Looking at the world, do you see all of life or just a limited part? When you look at a blade of grass, do you just see a plant? When you encounter a puppy, do you just see an animal? While this categorizing is one way of viewing the world, it's only a fraction of the truth. It's not enough. Look closer and you'll observe the luminosity that emanates. My battery. Luminosity that emanates in all living beings, all sentient beings. If you can allow yourself to take in all the world, including its spirit, then is when you actually see the whole. Reverence is an act of deep witnessing, respect, and awe. You experience it when you perceive every being and everything, every plant, rock, and tree as sacred and alive. You naturally lean into the state of bliss and harmony and profound sense of well-being. Whatever your dilemma or your question, try to reframe your perspective to acknowledge the spiritual. If everything has value, including your most frustrating challenges, would you still ask your question from the same point of view? Can you regard the other as sacred, thereby you erase the separation between you. Embracing the perfection of how you come together is the real magic. And you're tapping into this unity right now. No matter who or what is in front of you, see the person or the thing as luminous and that your interactions are holy. Right? If you consider that every interaction means something, that everything is holy and everything is sacred, it changes everything. Right? It really does. That one got to me. I know I've read it before, but it just gets to me. The sacredness of just appreciating the gratitude of certain things. And, I know I talked about this lately, I think it was yesterday, but coming from the perspective of somebody who's been in an isolated path for years, right? Minimal interactions, and then the interactions that I love people, but I'm toning myself down a little bit because, yes, I speak as myself all the time, right? It's like when Declan was here the other day and somebody said, well, there's a child present and you're swearing. And I was like, yeah, but first of all, it's not up to me for other parents if they don't do their settings for their children. Second, Declan's a part of my reality. He knows me. He knows how I speak, and so do his parents, right? And so whether he's, allowed on his device to be watching me or not, he knows how I speak in reality. I've practically licked his fucking tears. I've helped him when he's hurt. I shared my food with him. You know what I mean? He knows I stay authentic to myself. And we've talked about it with his father, his grandfather, his uncle, his mother, right? How it's like, I'm sorry, I try, I don't do it on purpose, but you know what I mean. So that authenticity, but where there's still a toning down because of certain things sometimes, right? But just how when to watch other people who swear at their partners, are so angry all the time, and it's like, wow, like, don't you even realize what you have, right? You have somebody that you guys have the potential of figuring out what you're gonna have. Somebody's gonna can go do the groceries, and somebody can do this, and instead of finding the best ways to make the best life, there's like just clawing at each other with words and not communicating. And the thing of, when you spent years just standing in your truth and not allowing for lack of communication, if certain things don't, um, rejection is God's protection. If there's not an exchange of energy where there's actual communication, it's not part of my timeline. It's not part of my reality. Like, boom, exit, right? Or whatever. But just the flow of allowing people to be themselves, but respecting each other, seeing other people, everything as sacred and holy. Annie D, I saw a black witch moth in daytime, the biggest moth in North America. The lore of the spirit world. Amber says, I don't know anything about ham radio. It's a little bit before my time. Then Annie says, haha, yeah, it's an emergency communication thing and a social tool. That's how I met my husband. Yeah. Amber says, was the moth yellowish white with black patterns? And Annie says, no, it was big, dark brown with a number 9 on each wing. I'm going to go back into our history. I can probably find it really quick, Annie, because if my device will allow me to go see all, I got it not too far down. I gotta go slow. Sure that I don't miss it. We send each other a lot of stuff, eh, honey? Oh, there it is. This is the moth that Annie saw. I forgot to tell you, Annie, but I should be able to find it quickly in my shots. That day, the next day, is the day that we went and got groceries. And there was a moth on the wall. Okay, that's yours. Where's mine? I know I took a picture. I can't find it. I can't find it. I was sure I had taken a picture of it. Lily even said, why are you taking a picture? It's like, because there's a moth. Can't find it. Oh well.
Distraction, be sorry. I know this is why I don't check my phone while I'm like fucking streaming, because I just like, I can't hide what I get. Be so sad. I just can't hide it. Annie says, my husband had 9 letters in his first name and last name, so it was kind of intense. Yes, Annie says Declan posted a video about his fidget toys, the spinners and stuff. It was really good. He has cinematic talent. He's a cutie patootie, eh? I love the way he like said it. I just ignore my parents in the background in the title or the description or something. These are my fidget. Just ignore my parents in the background. I thought that was funny. Oh, damn. I showed my moth. Dumbass. Okay, I'm not going back in there. If I touch my phone again and I see what happens when I touch my phone. That was my moth. Duh. Okay, now I gotta go get it. Have a good day, Mr. Hugh. Thanks for being here, dude. That was my moth. I'm a dipshit and a half. I swear, Annie. Okay, so that was my moth. Where's Annie's moth then? Where's yours then? I can't find it. Ember says the moth I saw was perched on the mouth of the frog statue outside my door in the daytime, and it looked like artwork. Roar, that's so cool. Can I grab another one of these? I'm gonna take a small break, and most likely, I think that's enough out of me. I do appreciate everybody who's come in. That's enough out of me. I don't know. I'm really thinking about pizza. Whoa. Boom. It's so interesting having a new deck, but that the same cards are coming up, right? 44. The Jackal. Is that the last card? Yes. 44. 44 is the last card of this deck. The Jackal. Truth. Excuse me. Authenticity is important. Live your truth fearlessly. Someone around you is not telling the truth. Do not fear what you cannot control. We will all leave a legacy, so you should consider what this might be for you.
Magic. Sometimes we need a big dose of truth in our life, which is where the jackal energy is a positive force. Even when finding out the truth of a situation means pain, it's better to know the truth, right? And the jackal energy can be a comfort. Cool. Yeah, you guys can exit too, eh? Just because I don't know why. Well, I don't know why. It works for me this way. Like, it's weird, but the little breath that I take, and then sometimes there's a last sync, or it's just the last feeling for a card. Just, I don't know. I don't have many things that are routine and that feel like I should just keep it going, but that's part of it. I was wondering why my device, but I left my my screen, like my iPad just like leaks energy if I use the full brightness, which I enjoy, right? If I wanted to fucking have half dark devices that I, but the battery life just doesn't last. Anyways, well, who cares? I'm just rambling. Oh my gosh, it's thundering, guys. Can't hear the thunder from this side because the thunder's coming from northeast. You Googled it? Right on, Amber. Don't you love having just the ability to have at your fingertips? I don't know what this word is. I don't know what this thing is. Boom, go check. Right? Shit. I love our devices and the greater good, right? Like what you can do, right? I love it. I swear, I spent my youth in libraries, right? I fucking would write reports and fucking so many things, and I had to go research at the library all the time, right? Oh my gosh. And now it's all at our fucking fingertips. Did you know that most universities, their courses are online? Oh yeah, you're not gonna get the real certification, but you can learn any fucking thing you want on the internet for real, right? Like, we don't need nothing the same way anymore. The systems don't even fucking exist and still don't realize that they still haven't caught up to the fact that they don't realize that they don't exist anymore. The last time I actually took the time to go to a doctor for one of the kids, something that they had, I Googled every fucking thing in the morning. I knew exactly what the fuck to do, but somebody said, oh, just go anyways, right? You never know, and so I did. You know what the doctor did? He didn't even bother going into the other room to Google it. He Googled in front of me. I was like, oh, you should open this article. That's the one that helped me, right? Like, what the fuck did I take this time for? So I could chick a card, because in Canada everything's paid for. It's fine. You chick a card. Somebody's gonna get paid for doing the exact same fucking thing that I did at home. You can make anything. If you got the intelligence to put things together, you can actually make your car work on fryer oil, water. There's so many techniques of so many things. We can build things from scratch, right? It's like Ryan, Unite the Collective, was saying. Can you imagine? Imagine the community where, you know, somebody's in charge of buying equipment. He buys the loader, buys the dump truck, buys this, and then we're building it, right? We're building it. Or there's so many buildings across Canada that are for sale and just empty. Motels, hotels, restaurants, big places. They're just empty. Nobody gives a shit. There's some things for under $1 million in Canada. Fishing, family fishing resorts that are at these lakes that are so fucking beautiful. You don't even know where they are because people are focused on tourist areas, right? Whoa, we know all this stuff, but the back roads, the lakes that are in Canada is like, would blow your mind, right? Last winter, I found 2 outfitters, right? With everything being sold, both under $1 million. Like for real, right? You can't even buy a house in fucking Toronto for that price right now. That's how high the housing crisis is. The housing crises are insane, but the people who want to get rid of their business, some people had the business from, you know, intergenerationally, and they're done. They are done. They are done. But all these places that are available, it's like the potential for like boom, right? And it's not about the money. Once you know what you want, the abundance will flow, right? There are people with money everywhere. Money is not a fucking issue. It's just the knowing what's the true north, what's the place, who's the people that can make this happen. Can you imagine me having like fucking 20, 30 acres of land, 5 outbuildings, 4 cottages, trying to take care of the fucking snow or any fucking just any regular maintenance, doing that by myself with Lily? It's just not possible, right? Hello? Right? But the people with the mindsets that can do like all the different things when come together and nobody's actually feeling like they're working because everybody's practicing their actual gift, right? Somebody said to me last night, my fridge food goes bad. I don't really know how to cook. And I was like, I fucking know how to cook, and it hurts me sometimes to not be able to share that food, right? When you know how to cook mass produce food, cooking for 2 is like a joke, right? And it's hard. I made a macaroni salad yesterday. There's only 2 of us. We're going to be eating it for 3 days, right? He loves my macaroni salad, but damn, it's really nice when somebody's there to fucking snarf some of that shit up, and I can make another one that tastes different or put different vegetables, right? I can make something else tomorrow, right? When the turnover actually happens. When Amy left our reality in September, all the food we were sharing with her and how I downsized, and I knew to downsize because she was leaving a certain date in September, but what it felt like to not be able to say, hey, come up and grab a plate of pasta, or, you know, I got a big bag of this, here, take a part of it because, you know, me and Lily can only eat so many carrots or celery or whatever, right? Certain things come in a bunch and only last super fresh so long. Exchanging it, right? Oh my gosh. So I'm gonna pull a dragon card to exit. I just love my little dudes. I only grabbed one, so hello, Destiny. Rawr, you're good looking. What you got cooking? Destiny. Destiny. Where you be, Destiny? Destiny is on page 85. 85. 8 and 5 is 13. Grace. Ooh, Grace comes after Destiny. I thought Grace came first and then you found your Destiny, but hey, I do everything backwards anyways. Destiny. It's your life, your journey, your path. You walk it your way. Destiny is a mighty dragon of great authority. She has no time for the fluffiness. Remember I said earlier, just I'm so sick of the sugarcoating, right? Can we just call a spade a spade? Fact is a fact. and just enough of the sugar coating, right? Fluffiness. She has no time for fluffiness, ego, or human dramas, as she puts it. She and her kind have been hidden in the depths of the earth for eons, waiting for us to be ready to take back our power and stand in our truth. When I went to the East Coast years ago, if Lily hadn't have been with me and I'd have been alone, I would have cried for 3 days straight for apologizing to the land of what is hidden in plain sight, that humans are not ready to be there yet at a certain embodiment. And I can see myself, and I'm crying inside, and I'm expressing things, and at one point I hear the little voice inside of me of, are you done? And I was like, no, I feel so bad. Like, humans are never going to understand. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I can't do better and make humans understand. And then it was like, are you done? And it was like, well, yeah, I guess. It's like, it's not your role to, like, change all of humanity, Michelle. And I was like, but I want to. It's like, but you can't. But you can't, Jen. You can't, right? And it's like that feeling of what came through was like, just the fact that I even cared that it was there was already bigger than, you know what I mean? Than not caring, right? Anyways, I had a flashback of the feeling of what it's like, right? If you've ever seen the movie Pete's Dragon, and you see the movie in Pete's Dragon, when the dragon's right there, but he's shimmered. He doesn't really appear to people. He's cloaked. Some of us actually see like that. We see the shimmers. We see the cloaking, right? Driving through British Columbia and seeing the mountains and seeing the places that are cloaked with my own eyes, the knowing, right? When people say I went for search for Bigfoot and Sasquatch and Yeti, it's like, okay, okay, but you don't have to search for that. You either see it or you don't, right? You either see it or you don't. And the fact that people are of ego, they want to find Bigfoot and prove it to everybody. Well, guess what? Why would he show up for you? How about you, see and feel and have interactions, and it's about this, not glorifying it, and everybody else has to, right? Like, there are people whose role it is. They have the right, the permission to film certain things. Things are changing. They're wanting to be seen. They're showing themselves differently, right? Last year, Cannabear made a video, and he was with a young lady. They were in the dark. They were hanging out, and she was telling the story of having seen a unicorn when she was very young. But nobody believed her, and she didn't see it again. And I was like, exactly. If she hadn't have really cared to tell anybody else, she would have continued to see it. But it's the fact that when you have certain gifts open to you and your first thing is to want to like shout it out and everybody else is aware, there's a reason if you were the only one who saw, right? Years ago, I can see myself and I'm looking at the sky and I'm seeing the ships and I'm crying because I feel bad. I feel bad because I see, right? Other people wish to see and they don't. And for me, it just all comes easily. It's a part of my life to see the cloaking, to see certain things. Anyways, I digressed a lot with that, but she wants to galvanize us into action so that we stand strong against adversity, and if necessary, we fly in the face of authority to change the systems that no longer fit for purpose. Boom. I was just saying before this card that the systems don't even realize they don't exist yet, right? They still think they're real, but they don't. They don't exist anymore. What are you making? Because I'm thinking of something and I'm almost on the stream.
I'm just trying to make it wrap, but I realize we don't have tortillas left.
Yeah.
What are you?
I don't want to talk about it right this second. I'm just going to finish reading the card and be done. Why don't you have a little bit of the fruit that's left? Because I can't manifest the food with... Oh my gosh, Lily. She says, if you want change, you need to be the change. You don't wait for others to do it for you. You do not need permission to live life your way, and nor could they absolve you from your own responsibilities. It's your life, your journey, your path, and you walk it your way, right? And as we walk our way, we find other people who accept that we walk our way, not trying to change us, not trying to mold us into what they want us to be. They actually accept us for who we are. That's what that tribe feeling is. That's what that soul family feeling is. The feeling that you're born into a family and everything you've ever done is a disappointment to somebody, even if you were successful. It's never enough. Whereas somebody else comes into your life and they just love you unconditionally, whether you actually did anything or you didn't. Right? That's what soul family is. Light and fluffy will not create lasting changes on the planet. Have you ever tried moving a large, square, flat-bottomed stone uphill? It's not possible. As humans, you need to come together and work in union, not isolation. Take responsibility for who you are. Hold the vision of that which you wish to create, and then you work together with others. We're facing periods of change and at times adversity, and we, as the people of the earth, can only achieve a more secure future if we come together and work for the good of the all. We are the change. The time for division has passed. It's time for us to unite and collaborate and work in unison. I got a Céline Dion song, We Are in Unison. I don't know if the title of the song was Unison, but it's an old Céline Dion song from like the 90s. I love it. Yeah, I still save my books and I still buy books because one day I might need them. I completely agree. And giving up my books was one of the hardest things, right? Because all of my whole mind couldn't conceive of what if, right? Okay, the internet is there, but if it's not, then I don't have access to everything at my fingertips. But I was guided, right? That it had to go. Just so many things, right? When I say so many things are stripped from my life, from Lily's life, of the not having material attachments, even if something was from childhood, even if something that I worked, like things that I worked so fucking hard to earn the money for, and gone, gifted for free, or given away, or sold for like there are people at my yard sale in 2019 that cried. I haven't hugged as many people since, right? Just random strangers from being thanked, right? Of giving the opportunity of what I gave for the price that I did, right? I had a brand new computer in a box that the government had sent us. When you're low income, they had a certain thing going on. If you're super low income, you get a free computer if you have a child. Right? You don't even have to prove that you don't have a computer. If your income was at a certain base, boom, they will send you the computer. It was just that fast, that easy. Yeah, I never knew how to set it up. Right? There's a skill set of doing certain things that it just never got done. It was still in the box. And, I wanted a high-end price, as high as I could. And then when the lady came that it was meant to be hers, right? She was 50-something years old, back in going to school for social work. She needed a computer, and it was like, okay, it was so low, the price, that there was a part of her that's like, this is ridiculous, I should be giving you more. And I was like, no, I got it for free. And really, I would take nothing, but I need money. We're selling everything, giving it away, or burning it, and we're out of here. And I would tell people, I'm going to quest for my heart's desire. I'm going to quest for my destiny. They were shocked. And they were looking at me. How could you leave this perfect place, right? If you saw where I lived, my 2019 videos, the early ones, winter and spring, and until June 19th is when we left that timeline. It was a magnificent cottage on the water, right? It wasn't my home anymore. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel safe. It felt so fucking shitty to be there and to know that, like, the circumstance that it was like, I'm out of here. And people were like shocked. How can you leave this and think that you're going to quest for a destiny that's going to be better than this? And it's like, I was very naive. I thought I was going to find it right away, right? We're 3 years later, exactly to the day and beyond now, of being allowed to go for a certain amount of time to the East Coast. I was allowed 1 month and a few days of East Coast energy before I got rerouted back to my ley lines where I'm meant to be here, right? And that's why that thing of when I say to people, when I read cards and when I say the leap of faith, Mama Bear will take the leaps of faith. Source knows, right? My higher self knows that I will fucking do anything that is meant to be to get to my destiny, right? Source knows, my higher self knows. But there are people who've not acted in their life. They've never leapt, or they did, but it's their time to take a different leap. I can't leap more than I'm leaping. I'm a messenger, I'm a gatherer. That's my role, my purpose. And what, comes to me is other people's, the hardest thing that they have to do, right? For example, all of that. Amber, I think that my moth was some kind of a tiger moth. And I say Tigger as in Tigger, tiger moth. Annie D, my mom said that for me. I couldn't save all the animals. She made me say it out loud. It was so hard to say that. The weight of the world's problems. Yeah. Amber, you've seen the dragons? Even one in the scrap metal pile. I said, I think he's guarding the first dandelion of spring, and people laugh, but I don't care. You get it. Yes, you get it. Yes, me would not laugh. And that's it. That's it. Yes. Exactly. How important the first dandelion is, right? How fucking sacred it is. And that people just think that you're ridiculous because you think that a dandelion is magnificent and that, they're going to fucking mow it as soon as you turn around, right? Or they're going to spray it, all that shit. Like we're the ones that are nuts by having reverence for certain things or for even all, right? That's the hard part, right? The assimilation of, it's not duality of us and them. It's the fact of, I don't want to live anymore and be laughed at for what, you want to laugh with me, go ahead. But the looks, right? The glazed donut, the not interested. There's somebody I talk to in my reality like all the time. And by the time I'm like halfway saying something, there's not even any contact, right? So it's just like,